none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, your PNQ, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communication, Minister of Finance, Minister for the Greeks and Outer Islands. Whether in regard to Mr. R.S., former Governor, and Mr. G.S., former Second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Mauritius, he will A, state the reasons, 1, for the resignation thereof, indicating the actions, if any, taken at the level of his office to reinstate confidence in the BOM and the financial sector, and 2, why he asked Mr. R.S. to resign as chairperson of the Financial Services Commission, and B, for the benefit of the House, obtain information as to the 1, compensation paid thereto, and 2, total cost of missions undertaken and per diem allowances paid thereto. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me first point out that as soon as we took power in last November, I made it a topmost priority to restore confidence in the Bank of Mauritius, the banking and financial sector, services sector. Therefore, one of my very first decisions was to appoint a new governor, a new first deputy governor, and a new second deputy governor, and a new board comprising of top professionals to clean up the mess left behind by the previous management, including the MIC saga and so many other blunders that had accumulated until then. Madam Speaker, it is upon my request that both Mr. Jérôme Sampeur and Dr. Ramasthanen successively submitted their resignation as second deputy governor and governor of the Bank of Mauritius. As I indicated in an earlier press conference, the situation of permanent conflict between the two could not be allowed to continue in the interest of the proper functioning of the banking and financial services sector. The House will have noted, we have proceeded with the appointment of a new governor and a new second deputy governor without any delay, so as to ensure the continued efficient functioning of the Bank of Mauritius. I had indicated previously that the departure of the governor had nothing to do with his professional competence. In fact, the ex-governor had performed very well with respect to the management of the monetary system, the banking system, and the overall financial system. The exchange rate has stabilized. The inflation rate has come down, standing at 3.4% in September of this year. And the country's official foreign exchange reserve have increased. When we took office, it was $8.4 billion US. It has now increased to $9.6 billion. That is a little bit more, 1.1 billion US more. Let me stress that we have appointed a new governor and a second deputy governor who are perfectly suitable for the positions. The governor is someone with excellent credentials and has extensive international experience, having worked for many years at the IMF. The second governor is a career professional who has been at the management level at the Bank of Mauritius for over 4 decades. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A2 of the question, Dr. Sitanan resigned as chairperson of the Financial Services Commission because his appointment as chairperson of the FSC at the time was made upon his appointment as governor of the Bank of Mauritius. The House may wish to note that Mr. Desiree Venkatachalam has been appointed as Chief Executive of the FSC as from the 16th of September 2025. Mr. Venkatachalam is a seasoned development banker with over 30 years of international experience in finance, including holding multiple senior leadership positions for over 2 decades at the African Development Bank. I had met him for the first time at the African Union Summit in Ethiopia, and I also met the then president of the African Development Bank Group, who agreed to my demand to exceptionally release Mr. Venkatachalam at the earliest. Madam Speaker, we are convinced that with appointments at the Bank of Mauritius and the Financial Services Commission, confidence in the banking and financial sector will continue. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that an amount of 5.5 million rupees will be paid to Dr. Sitharan in conformity with the terms and conditions of his contract of appointment. With regard to Mr. Samper, I understand that 512,000 rupees will be paid in conformity with the terms and conditions of his contract of appointment. With regard to Part B2 of the question, let me remind the House that the former Minister of Finance refused to reply to parliamentary questions relating to the cost of missions and per diem of the previous governor. Let me quote what he said. He said, "La banque étant une institution fonctionnant de manière autonome et indépendante, il ne serait pas judicieux de ma part de divulguer les informations demandées." Madam Speaker, contrary to him, in line with our policy of accountability and transparency, I am providing the information requested. I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius. I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the total cost of missions undertaken by the ex-governor amounted to 4.3 million rupees, which includes per diem of 2.2 million rupees. I wish to emphasize that the per diem rate has been paid at the existing rate. With respect to Mr. Samper, I'm informed that no overseas mission has been undertaken by him.
Your first supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
First lesson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I refer to the very words used by the Honourable Prime Minister when he stated that he appointed those persons to clear the mess at the Bank of Mauritius. And instead of that, they've created more mess at the Bank of Mauritius, Madam Speaker, which was forced.
Please come with one moment. I want you, no statement, please. Please come with a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, which has forced the Honourable Prime Minister to sack the persons I referred to. May I ask, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, with regard to the first Deputy Governor of the Bank of Mauritius, Mr. R.H. He also has been the subject of severe allegations. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House why the first Deputy Governor is still in post, whereas the Governor and the second Deputy Governor have been asked to resign, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Prime Minister.
Yes, allegations, as you said, allegations are made against everyone. But we haven't found any substance in those allegations.
Second.
Now, if you don't find any substance, there have been allegations on a meeting between the first Deputy Governor and a representative of the Bank of Africa Group, and a letter addressed to the first Deputy Governor confirming that meeting has also been made public.
Put it
in the press.
Has
the Honourable Prime Minister quiet
please.
about this allegation in particular?
One moment, Prime Minister. Anything you want to say, Leader of the Opposition, you're a seasoned politician. Please put... No. One moment. Let me do my job.
The rules change now.
No. All I'm asking is the same thing you want to say, put it in the form of a question. All right? Can we do that? Please, Prime Minister.
Well, as I just said, there are no substantive allegations are made against even him. Allegations are made, but we have to have substantial proof of anything. There is none.
Okay. Your third question, if you have one.
Yes.
In the form of a question, please.
Yes. Madam Speaker, the former governor of the Bank of Mauritius leaves behind a climate of suspicion and a central bank which has lost all its credibility in the eyes of the public. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether the new management of the BOM has initiated an internal inquiry about all these issues, particularly following possible leakage of information and documents at the BOM? Will he agree that by maintaining, and I come back again to that, Madam Speaker, by maintaining the first Deputy Governor in post, this will further damage the credibility and reputation of the central bank? You will agree? You will agree, Honourable Prime Minister, that the first deputy is tainted and he should go?
I don't agree at all. I just said.
There were two questions in one.
Yeah.
The first
I don't agree at all with
one,
what you're saying. You're saying, but I don't agree at all. As for whether investigations are going to be done, I think that was the question. Yes, I'm told yes.
don't put two questions at the same time, please. You got time. You got time.
Madam Speaker, one of the decisions of the former governor of the Bank of Mauritius was the suspension of a trade unionist, Mr. CR. Now that the governor has been sacked, will the bank consider reviewing that decision in order to dispel, and that is important, that perception of a culture of harassment and bullying at the Bank of Mauritius?
This has absolutely nothing to do with the question, but let me remind the leader of the opposition, he should know that the Bank of Mauritius has total independence. I'm not going to put my nose in whatever the bank is doing.
One more question.
That, Madam
Yes.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, there has been serious allegations of interference in the activities and the administration of the Bank of Mauritius by the son of the former government, for example, concerning allocation of tenders, and I refer to, for example, the IT project, recruitment of a canteen operator, and also for the setting up of that meeting with the CEO of the Bank of Africa. Has the Prime Minister himself inquired about these allegations, and will he guarantee, Madam Speaker, to the House and the population that this was not the case at the Bank of Mauritius?
I cannot guarantee anything. The investigation is ongoing. I'll let the investigators do the work.
In the same vein, Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether that Mr. T.S. have had access to confidential information and files at the Bank of Mauritius?
Are you in a position to say
Surely
that?
the leader of the opposition, how will I know? But the investigation is being done. That's all I can say.
Should. Madam Speaker, there has been recordings of threats between the directors of Menlo Park and the son of the former governor of the Bank of Mauritius. Will the Prime Minister, now I'm talking, consider putting an independent inquiry on all these aspects, due to the fact that it may have happened that the documents and statements done may have been controlled, if I put it this way, par une main invisible, en dehors de la police.
As I explained to the leader of the opposition, honourable leader of the opposition, there is an investigation ongoing on everything. I am not going to comment on them to prejudice an investigation that is ongoing.
Yes. Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, Mr. GS, the former second Deputy Governor, has filed a complaint at the level of the FCC. And I trust that the FCC is inquiring. But in the meantime, will the Prime Minister consider conducting a separate inquiry at the level of his ministry, I'm saying, especially on all decisions taken by the previous government?
Are you saying we should have two separate investigations?
Yes.
Parallel? Are you?
Surely the leader of the opposition is just saying this without thinking. Because you won't have two parallel. The FCC is investigating. Let them investigate.
The FCC is investigating. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House why, with regard to the statement made by the directors of Menlo Park against Mr. TS, the police is taking so much time. And while in the case reported by Mr. TS against the reporter, Mr. NJ, the police acted so rapidly. Did the governor or his son intervene for the arrest and search of Mr. GS at his
There
residence?
is a substantial question on this later on.
There is a
There
question.
is a substantial question, but I can tell you, to say that the police acted immediately is not actually true. You will see when I answer the question. The second thing is, everybody is suing everybody. So let the investigation see what is true and what is not true.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister stated that he, the Deputy Prime Minister and also the Commissioner of Police were not made aware of the arrest of Mr. NJ. And personally, I do not believe that you, Prime Minister, and Honourable Béranger were not made aware of this case. If you were not made aware, then we have a serious problem in our country. In the
Leader,
same vein, Madam Speaker, can he therefore inform the House why the Commissioner of Police publicly stated the following? Nous finissons ce qui bizarre.
I'm sorry, Leader of the Opposition, this does not relate to your PNQ.
Madam Speaker, a journalist has been arrested.
But you know that is the first PQ later will be on this issue. Anyway, if you want to say something, Prime Minister, if you want to reply, please.
Well, you rightly said, Madam Speaker. This is nothing to do with the Bank of Mauritius. Your question directly. There is a substantial question later on. If you have the patience to sit and listen later on, you will see the answer.
You're not replying to my questions, Honourable Prime Minister. My last question, Madam Speaker. This scandal shaking the Bank of Mauritius is unprecedented, Madam Speaker. You will agree.
You're making,
In
again,
order to safeguard the reputation of such a crucial institution at international level and to bring confidence back to the financial sector, will the Prime Minister consider setting up a commission of inquiry to inquire into that whole saga, Madam Speaker?
It seems
let the Prime Minister speak,
It
please.
seems that the leader of the opposition has got a very, very short memory. Let me remind him, the former, the one you appointed, the Mr. Sigulam. Do you know that he is facing provisional charges for conspiracy to defraud? He's out on bail following his arrest for an alleged misappropriation of a dubious payout of 45 million rupees to Menlo Park Limited, which is detrimental to the MIC. Furthermore, you don't seem to be aware that we have repealed the Commission of Inquiry Act. There's a different commission now.
That was your last question? Yes, all right. Questions? Thank you very much. Now we go to questions addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister, PMQT. PQ 834 has been withdrawn. We have been advised. Honourable First Member for La Caverne and Phoenix.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 814, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 29th of August 2025, Mrs. KDJH, officer in charge of the Mauritius Investment Company, made a declaration at the Central CID regarding an article on scoop.mu. That was on the 29th of August. On the 11th of September of the same year, that is this year, another declaration was lodged by one Mr. TS, CEO of Elysium Capital, concerning posts against him on the same platform. Both cases were formally recorded for breach of the Information and Communications Technologies Act. I am further informed by the police that they attempted to obtain the statement of Mr. NJ, the alleged author of these posts, by calling him over the phone several times, but I'm informed that he was unreachable. As per the established practice, a case conference was held at the level of the Central CID, comprising of senior-most officers, where it was decided to make an application for a search warrant under the breach of Section 46(1)(ga) of the Information and Communication Technologies Act at the QPIP District Court. The Commissioner of Police was not informed of the decision taken by the police officers. On the 12th of September 2025, on the basis of the search warrant, 4 Central CID officers in 1 police vehicle proceeded to the residence of Mr. NJ. There was also another vehicle of the Divisional Crime Intelligence Unit on the spot. I am informed that Mr. NJ was told of the purpose of the visit of the police. He was requested to hand over his communication and IT equipment. I am informed that Mr. NJ grew vexed and threw his 2 mobile phones on the floor. Subsequently, electronic equipment, including the 2 mobile phones suspected to have been used in the commission of the alleged offences, was secured for examination. Mr. NJ voluntarily accompanied police officers at the cybercrime unit, and he admitted being the author of the post. I'm informed by the police that he was informed of his constitutional rights, including the right to silence and to legal representation, which I'm told he exercised. I'm also informed that he was provided with communication facilities to contact his lawyer at the Central CID. After examination of the 2 mobile phones, they were handed over to Mr. NG, and he was later allowed to go after the inquiry. Investigation in both cases are ongoing. Madam Speaker, ever since the beginning of the mandate of this government, I made it clear on numerous occasions that both in this House and during my address to the nation on the 1st of January of this year, that I consider respect for human rights and the application of Section 5(1) and Section 5(2) of the Constitution as the bedrock of any civilized society. Under no circumstances will the government allow any violation of human rights as we saw under the previous regime. My government will always uphold the sanctity of human rights and dignity of all our citizens. Therefore, I ask the Commissioner of Police to carry out an inquiry into the action taken by the police officers. Upon the outcome of the inquiry, appropriate disciplinary actions will be taken. However, pending the outcome of the internal inquiry, 6 police officers have already been transferred to other divisions so as not to jeopardize the exercise.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Levin?
Thank you. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, with regard to the use of Section 46 of the ICT Act, will government consider bringing amendments to this particular legislation with view of it being in conjunction with Section 5 of our Constitution? Because there are being an abuse of provisional charges and cases lodged under this particular section, this particular infamous section of the ICT Act. Will government consider amending this act?
As we had said when we presented the government program, for example, the provisional charges will go. It's being worked out by the Attorney-General at the moment. We will look at all aspects of all what you've just mentioned.
Yes, Leader of the Opposition? Is that
Thank you,
all right?
Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister again is confirming that the Commissioner of Police was not made aware of the arrest of that journalist. Did he inquire from the Commissioner of Police why he made the statement "nun faire ce qui bizarre faire"? What does that mean?
In fact, I did, and he said he was referring to the fact that the mobile phones were thrown and they were then taken away with the electronic document. In that sense, he was saying what had to be done had to be done.
Yes, yes, Mr. Bichu.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le Premier ministre, récemment, il y a eu un jugement de la Cour concernant la protection des sources des journalistes. Est-ce que le Premier ministre peut nous assurer que dorénavant, s'il y a des cas où les journalistes sont concernés, au moins qu'il y ait une protection des sources des journalistes et que leurs outils de travail ne soient pas saisis?
I think that is the case, but when there were allegations, they had to check whether it was done or not done.
All right, yes. Next question, Mr. Honourable First Member for Savane.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Babaji, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B815.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that following the passage and damage caused by Tropical Cyclone Belal in January 2024, the then Ministry of Local Government and the Disaster Risk Management had approached the then Attorney-General's office for one of his officers, assisted by technical advisor at the Mauritius Meteorological Services, to prepare an independent report on whether the then director of the Mauritius Meteorological Services had failed to advise the National Crisis Committee on the proper trajectory of the cyclone. The report, prepared by an Assistant Solicitor General and a technical advisor at the Mauritius Meteorological Services, was submitted to the then Ministry of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management on the 20th of June 2024. Therein it was concluded that there had been clear indications that Tropical Cyclone Belal was dangerously approaching Mauritius over the period of time spanning from 14th of January 2024 at 0400 hours to the 15th of January 2024 at 22.00 hours, and that the then director had failed to advise the National Crisis Committee on the proper trajectory of Tropical Cyclone Belal. Madam Speaker, I must state that the government is not satisfied with the findings of the so-called independent report on the basis of which Dr. Audi was made to retire in the interest of the public service as per PSC Regulations 2039. He subsequently entered a court case to contest that decision, but was encouraged to withdraw the case, and he did so on the 6th of October 2025. In fact, it appears that Dr. Audi would have been made a scapegoat to cover the previous government's blunder. After a thorough assessment of the report, some very disturbing facts have emerged as to the information to the public about impending torrential rains that had been issued, which had appeared on the government portal on the eve of the dramatic events of the 15th of January 2024. The communique was subsequently deleted for unknown reasons. There are also indications that the former Prime Minister already had planned socio-cultural events to attend in the afternoon of the 15th of January 2024, and that there could very well be a linkage between the occurrences that I mentioned. Madam Speaker, in the light of the above, further investigation will be conducted to establish the sequence of events and whether there was a deliberate deletion of the flood warnings. Necessary action will be taken accordingly to ensure that natural justice prevails.
Thank you. Yes, all right. Yes, Mr. Ramdas.
PQB 816, please.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to Parliamentary Question B816 and B836 together as they are connected. As enunciated in the Government Programme of 2025-2029, the government's foremost mission is to revitalize democratic principles, reinforce good governance, and pursue constitutional reforms designed to enhance public confidence in the autonomy of state institutions. In this endeavor, my government is committed to set up a constitutional review commission mandated to propose wide-range constitutional, electoral, and governance reforms, which will include, but will not be limited to, the revision of our electoral system to better reflect the will of the people, bolstering fundamental rights by introducing new generation rights relating to the environment, technology, health, education, and socio-economic issues, as well as the rights of nature. And third, the introduction of a comprehensive legislation on political party funding to ensure transparency and fair elections. Madam Speaker, as constitutional review is a very complex and sensitive matter, which requires experts with constitutional acumen and understanding of the specific Mauritian paradigm. In this context, the Attorney General is working on the setting up of the Commission and will submit proposals shortly. This inclusion of the rights of nature in the Constitution will therefore be looked into by the Constitutional Review Commission in a holistic manner together with constitutional amendments.
Yes?
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, may we have an indication as to the composition of the Commission, if that has been decided already?
As far as I know, the Attorney-General is looking into the composition. We would like to have people who know Constitution, but also, as far as possible, local people.
Yes, Ms. Tanu, one moment. Ms. Tanu, your question was answered, right? It seems to me. Do you want a supplementary question? No. Yes, Mr. Bin, yes?
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, with regard to the time frame as to when this commission will be set up?
It will be set up as soon as possible because we want to look at all these aspects, including electoral reform. We want to proceed with electoral reform early, not at the end of the mandate. So this will be starting very soon.
Okay. Right, now I will call Honourable Third Member for Grand Bay, Poudre d'Or, Mr. Itwaria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ma question 817, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member states in his question, in July of 2025, the IMF raised its growth projections for the world economy from 2.8% to 3% for 2025 and from 3% to 1.1% for 2026. The IMF will release its updated forecast, I believe, next Tuesday. As for the Mauritian economy, the IMF had in April of 2025 projected a real GDP growth rate of 3% for both 2025 and 2026. Following the Article 4 consultations, the IMF has, in its staff report released in June of this year, maintained the growth forecast for Mauritius for 2025 at 3%, but upgraded the forecast for 2026 from 3% to 3.4%. Madam Speaker, according to figures released recently by Statistics Mauritius, the real GDP growth for Mauritius for 2025 is expected to be slightly higher, that is 3.1%. This growth is being driven mainly by the financial services sector and the tourism sector. In fact, we are expecting some 1,425,000 tourist arrivals this year, the first time that we will exceed the pre-pandemic level. Madam Speaker, as I have announced in the budget speech, we are doing away with the inherited consumption-driven approach and adopting a new economic model that will be investment-led, productivity-based, and export-driven. This implies a fundamental restructuring of our economy that will be achieved over time. We are expecting a significant improvement in the output for the Mauritian economy, particularly for 2026 and beyond. This is mainly due to the following factors. First, we are further diversifying the economy with the development of 4 key, what we call pôles de croissance, namely the renewable energy sector, waste to wealth initiatives, the blue economy, and the creative industries. Second, we are in the process of finalizing different incentive schemes announced in the budget speech. These will give a significant boost to investment in various sectors of the economy. Third, we are unlocking some 30 billion rupees of investment in the renewable energy sector over the next 3 years. Fourth, we are reviewing the role and functions of the Economic Development Board so that it focuses on boosting productive investments and export promotion across all sectors of the economy. Fifth, the Ministry of Finance is currently working with different ministries and institutions, including the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council, to give a boost to productivity growth across the sectors, all sectors of the economy. And sixth, the renewal of AGOA for 1 year following our intense diplomatic efforts and negotiations provide a degree of certainty for our exporters to the US market. Madam Speaker, we are also harnessing the investment and export opportunities from our trade agreements, such as the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation and Partnership Agreement with India, and the Free Trade Agreement with China. Furthermore, with assistance from India under the Special Economic Package that we just received to the tune of $600 billion US dollars, which was secured, as I said, during my recent visit, we will implement a number of priority projects in strategic sectors such as port development, road infrastructure, healthcare, and energy. As with regard to inflation, the Bank of Mauritius is projecting an inflation rate of around 4% in 2025, which remains firmly anchored around the bank's target range, which is 2 to 5%. Latest information from Statistics Mauritius indicates that inflation will remain below 4%. Indeed, the CPI index has decreased by 0.1 and 0.2 points in August and September, respectively. Madam Speaker, we have taken a number of measures to curb inflationary pressures and protect the purchasing power of the population. These include, 1, raising the policy rate by 50 basis points to 4.5% per annum in February of this year. Secondly, by increasing the supply of forex in the domestic foreign exchange market to prevent a rapid depreciation of the rupee. Third, removal of VAT on a number of basic necessities as announced in the budget speech. And fourth, the establishment of a price stabilization fund of 10 billion rupees, out of which we are already providing subsidies on 5 essential commodities. We are working on a second set of essential commodities. Madam Speaker, as the responsible government, we are closely monitoring developments both domestically and on the international front. We will take appropriate measures in order to achieve our objective of a real GDP growth path of 4 to 5% by the end of our mandate, while keeping inflation within the target range set by the Bank of Mauritius.
Yes. Yes.
Next question.
Yes. Yes, supplementary.
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he will agree that inflation rate of 4% as predicted will be exceeded because of the recent increases in the prices of commodities, and also because the VAT that is being imposed on SMEs. We have seen recently the prices of dolpuri. If I may use that sentence again, dolpuri monté au galba, Madam Speaker. Okay?
In fact, the leader of I said he has a short memory. Do you remember what inflation was when you were in government? This is, we're clearing the mess that you left. At one point, it was nearly 10%. Now we're bringing it. And if you had listened, we are saying 4%, but the indication, or it might be lesser, it's slightly lesser than 4%.
Yes, Honourable First Member for La Caverne Phoenix.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 1818, please.
Madam Speaker, the National Human Rights Commission has already, as I'm sure the Honourable Member knows, submitted this report on the incidents which occurred at the Eastern High Security Prison at Melrose on 17th of July 2025. Regard to Part A of the question, I have to inform the House that government has taken cognizance of the contents of the report, which has been made public for the first time. If you remember, the previous government, all reports were being hidden in drawers. In line with our policy of transparency and accountability, I will table a copy of the report. Madam Speaker, I'm concerned by the disturbing facts that came out of the report. As I've just stated in the House, I consider that human rights, respect for human rights, and the application of Section 5.1 and Section 5.2 of the Constitution are the bedrock of any civilized society. My government will always uphold the sanctity of human rights and dignity for all our citizens. Any trespass will not be tolerated by the government. In regard to Part B of the question, the Commissioner of Police and the Commissioner of Prisons have been requested to take immediate actions not only for the implementation of the measures recommended, but also the necessary disciplinary actions against the officers concerned, but after consultation with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
Yes, no, yes. Dr. Umir, yes?
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he would request the Commissioner of Police and the Commissioner of Prisons to consider the use of full body cam by all prison officers who work at such a high security prison so that the truthful events always come to light.
It's a very good suggestion, and I will certainly, we are in fact looking at this, but this will probably happen at some stage. I must also tell you that I had said at the time that don't come and tell me some cameras were not working. If that happens, everybody will be sacked. Fortunately, all cameras were working.
All right. Yes, 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 go ahead.
Madam Speaker,
Question, please.
yeah, I appreciate that the report has been made public, Madam Speaker, because that was a very, let's say,
Let him speak, please.
interrupted, Madam Speaker, when I'm putting my question.
I'm
You have
trying.
to put question.
Carry on.
I said that I
Carry on.
appreciate that the report has been made public, but when I compare, Madam Speaker, reply to the PNQ that I put to the Prime Minister on the 22nd of July on the same issue, with the report that has been made public, I note a certain number of discrepancies between the two, the report and the answers that the Prime Minister
Put
gave
your
to
question.
the House. Maybe he must have been provided by false information on that day.
What discrepancies?
My question is direct.
Discrepancies. You can't just say the
May I
discrepancies
ask
and you don't say
the
what.
Honourable Prime Minister whether he will sack the Commissioner of Prisons?
That is his, this is his question.
Yeah, what can I say? He doesn't say what the women say, but he must realize.
This is what
when
the
the-
population is asking.
but please listen, realize, unlike you, when you ask the question, I answer the question. I could have said there's going to be an inquiry, but I gave you whatever I had. After the inquiry, as I said, very disturbing facts came. After the inquiry, how can I know before? But how do you expect me to know before the inquiry?
On the basis of the report?
Of the report, yes. That's why I just said. That is why we are publishing. We have published it. We are laying it on the table of assembly. We're not hiding, unlike you, when you were in government, hiding all these reports. We didn't do that.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, I am glad that he did publish the report. That is commendable. However, the Commissioner of Prison, soon after the incident, had reacted saying that he's proud of his officers and he's proud of them, the way they acted, and that he would take full responsibility. Is the Prime Minister satisfied of the stand taken by the Commissioner of Prison soon after those incidents? And has he had any discussion with the Commissioner of Prison with regards to that?
But as I said, Madam Speaker, I've asked them to do, now with the report out, we have to have full investigation, and also you must contact the DPP. It's not for me to say that, it's for the DPP to decide what action has to be taken.
All right, next question. Next question, Miss Honourable Third Member for Rivière des Anguilles.
Thank you,
Please.
Madam Speaker. B819.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that since January 2022 up to the 2nd of October 2025, a total of 237 cases related to rage incidents and violent or aggressive behavior on the roads have been reported to the police, involving 394 drivers. Out of these, 200 drivers were classified as victims, representing 51%, while 194 drivers were classified as perpetrators, representing 49%. I'm further informed that in a number of cases, multiple drivers were involved in the same incident, with one or more drivers recorded as victims and one or more as perpetrators, which explains, in fact, the discrepancy between the total number of reported cases and the number of drivers concerned. In regards to part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that government, in collaboration with the police, has strengthened measures to protect road users and combat such dangerous behavior. These include the reintroduction of the new penalty points in January 2026 with severe sanctions against reckless and anti-social practices as well as illegal races. Secondly, to enhance patrol presence, police officers, including riders, are now daily deployed at strategic locations to regulate traffic near schools, bus terminals, light rail stations, and commercial centers. Thirdly, an awareness campaign in schools, shopping malls, and public transport, also at the light rail stations, is being carried out. Fourthly, optimal use of the Safe City surveillance system for swift intervention is being done. And finally, targeted crackdown operations near nightclubs and entertainment venues with particular focus on drink and drive offences. Madam Speaker, let me assure the House that government remains fully committed to ensuring the safety of all road users and maintaining order on our roads.
Yes, yes. Okay. The second member for Rivière-des-Anguilles. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. One moment, Mr. Jamal.
May I ask the Prime Minister, with regards to the use of unlawful weapons, illicit, des armes, couteaux, etc., etc., does the Prime Minister propose to urgently ensure that there are stops and searches being effected, roadblocks, like it used to be by the SMF, by the SSU, regularly, especially in areas that are well known to be hotspots?
I understand that this is being done, but we don't want to give too much publicity. You know, it's a country that attracts tourists. We don't want to give this impression that it is a police state, but it is being done.
All right. Mr. Jaman, please.
Question 820, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that in respect of loans provided by financial institutions, the fees, charges, and security requirements are determined by these institutions themselves in line with the internal policies and risk assessment. However, by virtue of Section 6 of the Bank of Mauritius Act 2004, the Bank of Mauritius has the power to regulate the fees and charges in respect of services provided by these financial institutions and impose such limitation on the quantum of those fees and charges as it may deem appropriate. In this context, the Bank of Mauritius constantly monitors the fees and charges that these financial institutions are imposing. In fact, in accordance with Section 57 of the Banking Act 2004, these financial services should at all times display in a conspicuous place in the public part of the principal place of business and in each of the branches or offices the rates of fees or charges being imposed. In addition, with a view to enhancing transparency and enabling the public to make an informed choice, financial institutions are required to upload information on their fees and charges on both their websites and on the website of the Bank of Mauritius. Furthermore, these financial institutions are required to inform the Bank of Mauritius whenever they change their fees and their charges. Madam Speaker, the Bank of Mauritius thus examines any change in the fees and charges and may query them on the reasons for such increases and, if need be, to intervene in the safeguard the interests of customers and the public in general. But as I said at the beginning, these are determined by the financial institutions themselves, and it depends on their internal policies and the risk assessment.
Thank you. Time is up for the moment. No, time is up. I have B825. I've been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B825, B830, B835, B821, B824, B828, and B829. Now we go to questions addressed to honourable ministers. The Honourable First Member for Rodrigue, Ms. Colette.
B838, please.
Madam Speaker, I will seek your indulgence because the reply is quite lengthy. and it will be free in one.
You don't want to circulate?
Sorry?
You don't want to be partly and then
In
circulate?
the light of concern expressed, in the light of
All right,
what people want to hear, let me reply to the question.
all right.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to Parliamentary Question B/838, B/845, and B/857. Concurrently, others relate to the same subject
8.5, the last
matter.
one was 8.5? 7, okay?
All right, thank you. As a responsible government and a dog-loving country, it is our duty to ensure that animal welfare laws are strengthened to advocate inter alia for responsible dog ownership and the well-being of the population in view of the risks associated with stray dogs. The issue of stray dogs is acute and chronic and remains one of the top priorities of our ministry. I'm informed by the Mauritius Society for Animal Welfare that the total owned dog population in Mauritius is estimated at around 246,000, including both dogs that are kept restricted to the owner's properties and those roam freely. Nearly 20% of these, according to AMSO, owned dogs roam outside, contributing to street population estimated at approximately 57,000. But in my assessment, the number is far higher. A key challenge for street dog welfare is the lack of responsible and informed pet ownership. On the 1st October 2025, Madam Speaker, Section 31, subsection 1 and 3 of the Animal Welfare Act have been proclaimed and provide for microchipping and registration of dogs only, and make it compulsory for dog owners to register their dogs. This regulatory framework will enable AMSO to promote sustainable control of dog population, enhance responsible pet ownership, reduce animal cruelty, and minimize health hazards associated with stray dogs. The registration process is conducted by AMSO, where the owner of the dog is required to fill in an application form for registration. The dogs are being microchipped on site, and the dog owners will have to produce relevant documents, namely the national ID card and proof of address at time of registration. Subsequently, the AMSO will issue a registration certificate to the owner. The AMSO will also enter into an MOU with private veterinary practices for microchipping and registration. Madam Speaker, in line with the principle of good governance, government is ensuring a system which is transparent, safe, and which will be closely monitored for the microchipping and registration of dogs. In that context, AMSO will launch an expression of interest to enlist services of private vet consultation. The collaboration of NGOs will also be enlisted for microchipping and registration during the sterilization campaign, and in same spirit, AMSO will ensure that the NGOs are registered as proper entity dealing with welfare of animals, B, are registered with the Data Protection Office, since they will be dealing with personal information of dog owners, C, undertake to provide all information with regard to the pet owner and the dog to the AMSO. D, enlist the services of a veterinarian registered with the Vet Council of Mauritius, who is mandated under the Dangerous Drugs Act to administer regulated drugs such as xylazine and ketamine, which is in the second and third schedule respectively. Of course, these being used in sterilization. Madam Speaker, with a view to monitoring the registration of dogs, AMSO will keep a database in accordance with the provisions of the Data Protection Act. The onus to inform MSO of any death or transfer of ownership of a dog lies with the owner, which can be done via telephone or email. To widen coverage, microchipping and registration are being extended to municipal councils, community centers, and village halls up to June 2026. Moreover, the Commissioner of Police has agreed for registration and microchipping to be undertaken within the compound of police stations island-wide. A calendar for the exercise has been tentatively worked out from the 13th October to 23rd December 2025. And I will table the list of all dedicated centers and stations. At this stage, no amendment is being envisaged to the Animal Welfare Act, as the decentralization process island-wide is happening de facto. MSO has currently 2 stations dedicated for the microchipping and registration of dogs located in Rosil and Plaine-Magnan respectively. As of 6 October 2025, a total of 853 dogs has been registered and microchipped. Since October 2025, the MSO has set the fees for the registration of dogs at the rate of 350, that is a reduction from the actual fees of 500 rupees, which include registration and veterinary fees, as well as microchipping. Madam Speaker, as a caring government and our concern on animal lovers, the MSO is promoting mass sterilization campaign whereby dogs are being microchipped, registered, and sterilized free of charge, given a number of hardship cases have been observed and a flexible approach is being adopted. The MSO has scheduled meetings with registered NGOs to encourage grassroots participation through interactive sessions and dialogue for transparency and accountability. Transportation is made available on a case-to-case basis. With regard to budget allocation, I'm informed that an amount of 20 million has been provided for the MSO in the financial year 2025-2026 for the implementation of the sterilization campaign, including microchipping and registration. Honourable members will appreciate that the extension of the exercise to other domestic animals cannot be contemplated. Concerning the implementation and monitoring for Rodrigue, I'm informed by the MSO that an MOU was signed with Rodrigue's Regional Assembly, represented by the Commission for Agriculture in 2022 for the implementation of the National Sustainable Project for Dog Population Control in Rodrigue. During the last mission of MSO to Rodrigue in November 2023, regarding the mass sterilization campaign over the island, officers of the veterinary services of Rodrigue were trained on dog registration procedures. The list of designated centers to undertake microchipping and registration in Rodrigue will be determined in coordination with the Commission for Agriculture and the Division of Veterinary Services. In this context, a mission will be undertaken to Rodrigue to ensure smooth implementation of dog registration across the island. For effective monitoring, Madam Speaker, MSO will collaborate with Commission for Agriculture to collect relevant information, and visit will be conducted by enforcement officers of MSO to ensure proper implementation and compliance with the legal framework. The list of officers from MSO Enforcement Department assigned to ensure compliance is Mr. Simanas Samiane, Mr. Spandu, Mrs. Kalu Lebon, and the team is led by Mr. Govindasamy, Director of MSO. Madam Speaker, our interest is to safeguard the welfare of all animals. In that context, my ministry and MSO are working in close collaboration with all like-minded stakeholders, registered NGOs, vet and pet owners.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Colette, you have a question? Dr. Paraya, yes? three
Thank
in
you
one.
for your
We had 3 in 1. So it's a good thing you asked.
Exactly. Can the House be made aware about when the MOU will be signed with the private veterinary doctors? And secondly, is the ministry considering to permit new private vehicles for transportation of animals, dogs in the near future because of these changes? Thank you.
I cannot give you the exact date as to when the MOU will be signed, but we're going to move the process as fast as possible. As to enlistment of transport services, we'll look into it favorably.
Mr. Edward, you have a question? Thank you very much. Yes? Yes, Mr. Francois?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, if you allow me. Madam Speaker, we are talking also about microchipping is compulsory for dog registration. May I seize this opportunity to request the Honourable Minister to look into the issue of non-availability of microchipping for live sheep and goats exportation from Mauritius to Mauritius?
Yeah, this issue has been raised by the vets because usually goods and cattle imported from a rig are microchipped, but the ears are going to be tagged.
Okay, one more, Mr. Prayag, and then you.
Is there improper legislation? Is the ministry considering to put any legislation to prevent dog breeders, dog owners to tamper with microchips, to remove microchips and to tamper with them?
Very good question. Only those who are properly trained will be allowed to microchip the dogs, okay? And you need to have people who are trained by specialized vets. And it's a course which is very effective, but done by those only who have the acumen to do so.
Okay, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister is a seasoned politician, Madam Speaker. This is a case of après la mort, la tisane. Can I
L'amour
ask...
ou la mort?
La mort. Pas l'amour. Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he would confirm to the House that the procurement for those microchips were only 15,000 and there are only 1,000 microchips available at the MSWA?
But this is an exercise for which tender was called for. The moment these microchips are going to be used, there will be fresh tender called for. But we'll proceed in a graduate manner, step by step, and we're reaching out for a great outreach, much to your displeasure.
Yes, Mr. Duval.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister, given the total chaos that has surrounded this measure, the total chaos which has surrounded this implementation of this measure, may we know when will the offences be implemented by the police, by his ministry, firstly, and secondly, when does he expect total registration to be completed? And I hope that the imposition of fines and other offences will await la date butoir, which should be in a much longer term.
Well, the chaos is within the rank and file of the opposition, Madam Speaker. As far as we are concerned, we are addressing this problem in a very forceful manner with a humane and ecological approach. And we are getting the results. Why? Because even those who are reluctant to come are coming forward. And you can rest assured we will deliver.
Don't argue. Another question? One moment.
The
Yes.
question was very simple. When will the offences be implemented?
Offences cannot be implemented.
When will the offences become, when will the police and his ministry start application of the offences? And when does he think that the program will be fully completed?
If you can give us...
Madam Speaker, the honourable member is acting like a fool. Only fool like him will rush in where there is no need to tread. There is time given, and within the space, we are...
What is that space?
Well, there are 120 days, during which time, okay, we will reach out to as many people as possible. And since in relation to the offence, not going to be applied, with a hammer on the table, okay? Things will be done diligently and in a very humane manner.
I'm giving you, but not the same question.
Madam Speaker, the question is, what happens today, now that the law est entré en vigueur, what happens if a dog causes an incident? Will the police be mandated to charge that person for failing to register the dog or not? And until such time, when will the police be mandated?
One moment. It's very simple. The law must be applied once it's the law.
Madam Speaker, as I said, the law will be applied, but it will not be applied abruptly and against the right of individuals.
Okay, that's enough on this question. We are only on the first question, so I think we can move on now. Honourable second member for Savannah Black River, Mr. Jagannath. 1 moment.
Madam Speaker, please. B839.
That's it. B839. Minister of Local Government. Straightforward answer, please.
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the construction of the new Chemin Grenier Market Fair started on 11 October 2021 and was initially scheduled to be completed by 10 October 2022. Following the approval of the Central Procurement Board, the contract was awarded to RB Construction Limited on 31st August 2021 for an amount of 107.5 million rupees, and this figure includes a contingency sum of 5 million rupees, excluding VAT, after a discount of 12.5 million rupees. The contractor took possession of the site on 27 September 2021. Madam Speaker, I am advised that the project faced several unforeseen challenges during implementation, which caused delays. And I am tabling a comprehensive report outlining the detailed reasons for the delay in the completion of the Chemin Grenier Market Fair, which includes the adverse climate conditions, including frequent heavy rainfall and flooding on site, non-performance of the former project manager, who was also the appointed architect for the project, changes in the scope of the substructure due to the topography of the land, unavailability of expatriate labor faced by the contractor resulting from the restrictive policies of the outgoing government, additional works allocated to the contractor for the construction of drainage system, and poor project management by the District Council of Savannah, among others contributing factors. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the District Council of Savannah that the project will be fully completed within the next 2 weeks. This will be followed by an expression of interest exercise for the allocation of stalls to vendors. It is expected that the Chemin Grenier Market Fair will become operational by mid of December 2025. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable third member for Vieux-Grand-Port-Rospel.
Speaker, PQ B840, please.
Madam Speaker, waste carriers normally proceed to Marshico's landfill via Cluny Road, B83, starting from its junction with the Phoenix Plaisance Road, A10, over a length of 8 kilometers with a road width of 3 meters each in both directions. Due to the constant movement of the waste carriers and with the expansion of the landfill, increased pressure is being exerted on Cluny Road, representing road safety hazards along the Cluny Road and at the Nouvelle France roundabout on the motorway M1. Madam Speaker, in July 2018, the then Ministry of Public Infrastructure and Land Transport, in collaboration with other concerned ministries, was requested to undertake a survey on the current traffic of waste carriers to Marshicos and thereafter to look for alternative access road bypassing Cluny and other villages in the vicinity. The Road Development Authority was accordingly requested to undertake the survey, and the latter had in 2019 worked out an alternative alignment of a total length of 5.2 kilometers, consisting of upgrading works along B83 Road over a length of 950 meters and construction of a new road over a length of 4.25 kilometers. The cost estimate for the project amounted to 523 million, inclusive of VAT. However, the matter was not pursued further due to the high cost involved. Madam Speaker, in May 2024, the matter was revived
and the RDA was requested to review its proposal for the alternative access to marshy coast. In October 2024, the RDA updated the cost estimate from its initial proposal to 891 million, inclusive of VAT. The latter additionally submitted a second proposal comprising the construction of a totally new road starting on the motorway M1 from the access road leading to Bimanic Stone Crusher Limited at Nouvelle-France, passing through vegetation areas far away from inhabited zones over a length of 4.25 kilometers to end after the village of Cluny onto the Cluny Road B83. The estimated cost of this second option is approximately 850 million, inclusive of VAT. Madam Speaker, upon assumption of office, I took note of the matter at a management meeting on RDA projects held on 21st January 2025, during which I expressed concern regarding the feasibility of implementing the project should the marshy coast landfill be relocated in the future. It was accordingly decided that the project would be kept in abeyance for the time being, as its implementation would depend on the priorities set by government. The Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change has apprised that there is currently no project or proposal for the relocation of the marshy coast landfill. Previous attempts to identify an alternative site for landfill development during the years 2015-2016 were unsuccessful. The contract for the vertical expansion of the existing landfill, awarded in June 2024, is expected to extend its operational lifespan by approximately 15 years. A decision will be taken in due course as regards the provision of an alternative access road to marshy coast.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm perfectly aware of the financial constraint as enumerated by the Honourable Minister. However, I do learn as well that the survey has been carried out since as far back as July 2018. There is a bridge at Bimanic which is used by these heavy trailers, which is clearly not adapted for these types of vehicles, and the road, as stated by the Honourable Minister himself, is way too narrow for these types of vehicles. So would the Honourable Minister consider this as a matter of priority, as it's a matter of concern, both from an environmental point of view and in terms of safety to the road users of Bimanic and the surroundings?
Yes, Minister.
Yeah. As with regard to the Bimanic Stone Crusher, the bridge, it has been worked out, and probably this bridge we can consider to upgrade it.
Yes. Okay, next question. Mr. Edouard, fourth member for Rodrigues.
Madam Speaker, B841.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, at the outset I wish to reassure the House that Government is fully conscious of the shortage of nursing staff in our health institutions, including Honourable. Madam Speaker, as regards enlistment in the nursing cadre, I am informed that under the present framework, the entry grade is trainee nurse. Trainee nurses are presently required to undergo a 3-year training program. The program comprises theoretical and practical components in all aspects of the work of a nursing officer at approved institutions. On successful completion of this program, which includes the passing of an examination leading to the award of the National Diploma Level 6 in Nursing, trainee nurses become eligible for registration with Nursing Council of Mauritius. Upon such registration, they may be considered for appointment as nursing officers, subject to availability of vacancies. Those who do not meet the entry criteria for the National Diploma in Nursing at the School of Nursing may opt to pursue training at Polytechnics Mauritius Limited. These courses are also accredited and awarded by Mauritius Institute of Health. Madam Speaker, the current scheme of service does not allow direct enlistment of nurses trained in institutions other than courses run by the Ministry. I am further informed that the current scheme of service is being reviewed so as to make provision for the recruitment of duly registered nurses trained in other institutions in the absence of qualified trainee nurses. This proposal is currently being examined by the Public Service Commission. As you may be aware, it takes a number of years to train a nursing officer. However, the previous government did not recruit adequate number of nurses in order to ensure availability of sufficient number of nurses. It is only this year, in the budget speech of 25-26, that provision has been made for the enlistment of 1,000 nurses over the next 3 years. A first batch of 300 training nurses has already been enlisted since 22nd September 2025, and the training will start this month. My ministry further plans to enlist 500 nurses in the next financial year and 200 in financial year 27-28. Thus, in the coming years, we will have sufficient number of trained nurses to cater for our public. Madam Speaker, moreover, as an immediate measure to palliate the shortage of nursing officers, my ministry has already enlisted the services of 36 nursing officers on a sessional basis. My ministry is also considering the enlistment of additional 90 nurses. As regards Rodrigue Island, I am informed that the recruitment of nurses is carried out by Rodrigue Regional Assembly, and the courses are dispensed by Polytechnics Mauritius and the School of Nursing. A batch of 166 students presently following courses at the School of Nursing, including 29 students from Rodrigue, are expected to complete the Diploma in Nursing course by June 2026.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mr. Edouard, no? It's okay. All right. Honourable First Member for Piton, Rivière-du-Rempart.
B842, please.
Madam Speaker, according to the Housing and Population Census 2022, Mauritius had a total of 86,607 persons with disabilities, of whom 82,815 were aged 16 years and above. 42,674 persons were retired, 6,009 were employed, while 927 were actively seeking employment. And I'm here with tabling the relevant data of the Housing and Population Census 2022. As regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that by the Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reforms that there are 110 persons with disabilities who are employed in the public sector. With regard to data for the private sector, I am informed that the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations keeps no such record at its level. According to the register of persons with disabilities kept at the level of the Training and Employment of Disabled Persons Board, which is a parastatal body falling under the aegis of my ministry, there are only 527 persons with disabilities who are registered with the board searching for an employment or training. Only around 900 employers employing more than 35 persons with disabilities are registered with the board. At present, the Training and Employment of Disabled Persons Act 1996 provides that all employers with a workforce of 35 or more must employ 3% of their staff among persons with disabilities. The Act also requires the maintenance of registers of persons with disabilities, as well as a register of employers. The establishment of a hearing committee to review non-compliance, and the possibility of requiring non-compliant employers to be fined. Although the above-mentioned framework was progressive for its time, it could not be effectively enforced and implemented due to various reasons, amongst them our lack of staff and associated resources. The number of trainings conducted over the years has systematically declined, whilst reporting and compliance mechanisms have in turn remained weak. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, first, as I previously informed the House in my reply to Parliamentary Questions B501 at the sitting of 13th May 2025, my ministry is currently working on reform initiatives for disability-related pensions. An employability element will be included in the new assessment model. Thus, the scope of the new assessment model will include, amongst others, a job capacity evaluation of the persons with disabilities, and the panel will channel all such cases to the Training and Employment of Disabled Pensions Board, or eventually to the National Empowerment Authority under the coming new law. We are expecting the first phase of the reform to be enforced very soon. Second, with the coming of the not yet proclaimed, the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2024, there will be a reviewed and employment quota, as well as new monthly contribution will be included for non-compliance employers to the quota system. Secondly, the Training and Employment of Disabled Persons Act, among others, will be repealed, and a single authority, namely the National Empowerment Authority, will be set up to take over its functions. Third, every employer shall provide reasonable accommodation to any employee who is the person with disability, unless the employer can prove that the required adjustment would unduly prejudice the operation of the trade or business run by such employer. And every employer shall submit an annual report to the authority on the employment of persons with disabilities employed in his organization not later than the 31st March of every year. Through these measures, this government is laying the foundation for a more inclusive labor market where persons with disabilities are able to access, retain, and progress in employment on an equal basis with others, thereby fulfilling both national commitments and international obligations under the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Bragg, you're okay? Okay, I think it would be a last question. Honourable First Member for Rodrigue.
3, please.
Madam Speaker, allow me to take the time of the House to underline once again that Rodrigue is an autonomous island operating under the Rodrigue Regional Assembly, Act 2001 and Section 26(1). Thereof provides that Rodrigue Regional Assembly be responsible for the formulation and implementation of policy in respect of matters relating to youth and sports. However, Madam Speaker, while respecting the autonomy of Rodrigue, I have always considered it my duty as Minister of the Republic to ensure that Rodriguan youth and athletes benefit from the same level of attention and support as their counterpart in Mauritius. From the very outset of my mandate, I have given special consideration to Rodrigues, recognizing the immense talent, determination, and potential of its young people. In this context, I have already undertaken 2 visits to Rodrigues. My most recent visit in early September 2025 was particularly significant. Its primary objective was to hold final consultation with a sports community of Rodrigues so that their specific concern and aspiration could be duly reflected in the provision being made for them in the forthcoming sport bill. At the same time, I had the distinct honor of personally handing over cash prizes to the Rodriguan athlete who so valiantly won medal at the recent CGSOE Games in Seychelles. In total, an amount of 232,000 was disbursed, benefiting 17 Rodriguan athletes and 3 coaches. Let me emphasize, Madam Speaker, that the CGSOE Games do not normally fall under the cash prize scheme of my ministry. In fact, in 2022, when the CGSOE Games were held in Mauritius, no cash prize was awarded to our medalists. Yet, in light of the remarkable performance of our national team in Seychelles, Upon my suggestion, an exceptional allocation has been granted to our youth medal winners and their coaches in recognition of their efforts and sacrifices. The prizes awarded was as follows: 15,000 to each gold medalist, 10,000 to each silver medalist, 7,000 to each bronze medalist, and 7,000 to each coach, and 5,000 to each assistant coach. Madam Speaker, for this action, my message is clear. While Roderick enjoys autonomy in youth and sport matters, this government stands firmly by the side of Rhododendron youth. Their victory are our victories, their aspiration are our aspiration, and their development will always remain a national priority.
Another supplementary? Supplementary? No. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister undertake to table details of the beneficiaries in Rodrigues?
I have the list. The list is long. I can table the list if you want.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mr. Francois.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you. The Honourable Minister mentioned that the sport bill is coming. May I ask him whether after he met the representatives of Mouvement Sportif de Rodrigue, he is agreeable to consider their request and proposal for the setting up of the cross forwards?
We are still in discussion with the people concerned, and like I said, the sport bill is coming very soon, and you will get an idea about what we are proposing.
Okay, I think we might stop here for lunch. We've got 2 minutes. We won't be able to go through another question. So I raise for 1.5 hours. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grapeau and Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQB 844, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that 969 taxis are licensed to operate from 13 different localities between Ferney and Defraya. 13 public service vehicle taxi licenses have also been licensed to operate in the nearby village of Quatre-Sœurs. 90% of these, I am informed, that 90% of these taxis operate between Defraya and Mehiberg at separate fares, meaning taxi train, and supplement existing bus services, which is in line, which is authorized under Section 103(4) of the Road Traffic Act. I am further informed that there has neither been any formal complaint lodged at the level of the NLTA from the inhabitants in regard to transport problem, nor has there been any additional request for public service taxi licenses at this stage in time.
Yes,
In view of the poor service provided to those inhabitants, would the Honourable Minister consider the possibility, the advisability of having a survey carried out by the NLTA to determine how many of these PSV service license holders are actually operating?
Yes, yes, the Deputy Speaker, sir, the NLTA is mandated to do such exercise. We can do it.
And would the Honourable Minister also consider the possibility of calling an expression of interest for the issue, for the eventual issue of additional PSV license?
If the survey warrants more taxis to be operated in the region, we'll certainly do that.
The Honourable Fourth Member for Port-Louis North and Mont Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQB 846.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Mauritius Qualifications Authority that a Malian delegation visited the MQA from 25th to 29th August 2025. My ministry was informed about the said visit on 22nd August 2025. However, officials from my ministry asked the MQA to seek the prior approval of its board first and to submit such request well in advance in order to allow timely procession for approval. My ministry did this with a view to ensure that there was due diligence, as clearance from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also had to be sought as well. I wish to inform the House that no formal approval was given, neither by my ministry nor by the board of the MQA prior to the visit of the delegation from Mali. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as for part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that the purpose of the visit of the delegation from Mali was a study tour on matters pertaining to certification and implementation of the Mauritian National Qualifications Framework, recognition to prior learning, and qualifications development in the Tibet sector. As for part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that no formal agreement and no memorandum of understanding was signed. I am told that the visit was purely exploratory and merely for sharing of experience. It did not entail any binding commitments on the part of the MQA. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's in fact very serious that the director of the MQA took it upon himself without consulting neither the ministry nor the board nor the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before allowing a delegation from Mali de Puzé, where there was recently a coup d'etat, to come. Therefore, and I understand that the board also has taken this view.
Let's have your question.
That was a statement of fact. He said that the director of the MQA had taken upon himself. He could ask whether that was the case.
The minister never mentioned that the director took it upon himself.
Question being,
so what's the question?
The issue being a serious one, and the board having required explanation from the director, who has still not given it. Has the minister since, and in fact, in view that no explanation has been given, what is the minister going to do about this?
What action the minister will take now?
I will definitely leave it to the board to, because there was a request by the board for a written explanation regarding same, and I'm awaiting the report from the board, and the board will take whatever action has to be taken.
Question.
Yes. Will the Honourable Minister, once the board takes its decision, will the Honourable Minister make that information available to the House as to the outcome of this matter, which is very serious because they have bypassed proper procedure and bypassed the Minister himself?
We believe in transparency, and needful will be done.
The Honourable Civil Member for Belrose-Cadbourne.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. B847.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Jawaharlal Nehru Road, ex-route Bassin at Catterbourne, stretches over 3.9 kilometers and falls under the jurisdiction of the Road Development Authority. I'm informed by the RDA that Jawaharlal Nehru Road may be divided into two sections as follows. Section 1 from La Louise, Catterbourne taxi stand to the roundabout along Phoenix Beauchamps Road B130, stretching over 2.6 kilometers, and Section 2 from roundabout along Phoenix Beauchamps Road up to La Vigie, La Brasserie Beauchamps Link Road, Phase 2, over a stretch of 1.3 kilometers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Section 1 of Jawaharlal Nehru Road, I'm informed by the RDA that as part of its program of work for road maintenance and minor works for financial year 2025-2026, it has included localized resurfacing works along that stretch where severe subsidence has been noted. I'm further informed that for the time being, only localized road repair work is envisaged because the National Development Unit has future drain projects thereon as part of its land drainage master plan for flood mitigation measures for the region of Candace and La Louise. In order to mitigate hazards to road users thereat, the RDA has issued works orders for the localized resurfacing works along Jawaharlal Nehru Road under its framework agreement contract. The works order has been awarded to Gamma Construction Limited for the contract sum of 2,513,160.07, and resurfacing works are scheduled to start by end of this month and are expected to end in mid-November. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Section 2 of Jawaharlal Nehru Road, I'm informed by the RDA land will have to be acquired to widen the road to 7 meters with 1.5 meter shoulder footpath and drains on both sides of the road. Currently, the width of the road varies from 3.5 to 5 meters. The land acquisition process has been initiated and is currently ongoing. Moreover, the upgrading work along this section requires the reconstruction of 3 bridges and 2 box culverts. The cost estimate for the works is 125 million rupees, and same will be implemented subject to funds being made available and completing the acquisition of the land required for the project.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président, et au nom des habitants de Bassin, je tiens à remercier le ministre pour sa réponse. Would the minister inform the House whether temporary measures will be put in place to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians while awaiting for resurfacing?
Obviously, we'll take all measures. The RDA, I'll pass over the message to the RDA to take all measures, all necessary measures. But in the meantime, this month, the contract work will start.
The Honourable Fourth Member for Portwich North and Moat Island.
848.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, private health institutions in Mauritius are presently governed by Private Health Institutions Act 1989 which sets out the basic requirements for licensing in compliance with health and safety standards. However, the Act doesn't empower my ministry to regulate the course of treatment and services being provided by the private operators. I wish to inform the House that my ministry is currently working on a new private health institutions bill with the technical support of a consultant made available by European Union. The proposed draft bill and its accompanying regulations will modernize the legislation by introducing new provisions on transparency and accountability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, regarding the course of treatment and services in private sector is a complex matter which requires careful balancing of patient rights, professional autonomy, and investment incentives. The way forward will therefore depend on the outcome of wide consultation that my ministry will hold with all stakeholders, including patients' associations, healthcare professionals, private operators, as well as insurance companies. This government is committed to ensure that our citizens refrain from having recourse to the private clinics. That is why it is our policy to continually upgrade and improve our public hospitals by setting up specialized units with cutting-edge technology, enhancing capacity of our staff through continuous training and upgrading infrastructure, and providing state-of-the-art equipment. We are also expanding our agreements with overseas hospitals so that Mauritian patients may have access to specialized treatment abroad whenever required free of charge. In the same breath, the number of visiting consultants and specialists in our public hospitals has been extended so that more complex cases are treated within our hospitals. It is also the policy of my ministry to encourage renowned foreign private hospitals to establish themselves in Mauritius with a view to increase competition, thus resulting in lowering the cost of treatment in clinics. I am also informed that health insurance companies play a significant role by ensuring that charges remain within reasonable limits. Let me remind the House that over the last decade, the policy was clearly to weaken our public hospitals through understaffing, insufficient training, and schemes such as zero-interest loans to push patients towards the private treatment. The result has been an erosion of trust in the public sector and greater dependency on costly private care. This government has taken a different course. Our objective is to rebuild confidence in the public health system, expand access to quality care free of charge, and ensure that patients who turn to the private sector do so out of choice and not out of necessity. The forthcoming private health institutions bill will be a milestone in this process. I must emphasize that the question of regulating prices in the private sector remain open, and the decision will be taken after consultation with stakeholders.
May I ask the Honourable Minister, without expressing any views on the public health institution services right now, the fact is thousands of Mauritians go to private clinics. I'm coming to it. Prices have increased since you have taken office, for example, by 18% in terms of doctors' fees, and clinical fees, infrastructure fees, around 15%.
The Honourable Minister just mentioned that the Act as it is doesn't
the
allow
last
him
year.
to regulate
Therefore,
the fees.
does the Minister not see it as in the public interest as an urgent measure to curb the inflation of private healthcare prices, which is unchecked at the moment?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, all of us know if you're going to impose conditions, you're going to fix up, let us say, the fees, that will be a deterrent for those institutions to invest. And health is a sector where billions of rupees are required. So instead of doing that, the first concern of our government is to improve the quality of service in our hospitals, which had completely gone down for the last 10 years. Let us try to upgrade it and convince our people to come towards our hospitals. I have got hundreds of cases where they go to the private clinic, and once money is exhausted, they will turn towards our hospitals. And we have got the best type of care in our hospitals, and my duty is to improve that, but I cannot compel the private clinics to bring down the price. If you're going to impose it, no new entrants will be there. And unfortunately, nothing new can be done. That is the reason why we believe that imposition of price. I had been Minister of Commerce for about 4 or 5 years. I remember thousands of articles at that time were under control, under the price control. Unfortunately, that led to much problems because no newcomers will come, the price will stay the same, and no new investment will be there.
That is the reason why we do not believe too much on price control.
Last question.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, public perception in public service is something else. But I'm quite surprised that the Minister does not see it necessary to at least curb the huge increases. Let me just tell the Minister
put your question,
whether the Minister is aware that insurance costs, whether it is health insurance or the indirect effect on car insurance, insurance for public transportation, all of these are following that pattern because of the huge unchecked cost of private health institutions. I will ask again, will the Minister not at least appoint a team to at least see the options without having to go and regulate, but at least to go into proposals on how we are going to control these prices?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, so I can advise, I can encourage, and the best that I can do, legally I don't have the right, the best I can do, we are bound to improve the conditions of service in the perception we have to do way visit, that was the perception of the previous government, not ours. We are trying to improve as much as we can.
Yes, one last question on this, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I agree that it is not the purview of the Ministry of Health to regulate prices of private health institutions. It might fall under the Ministry of Commerce, but I appreciate your answer. And is the ministry planning to negotiate with foreign Indian hospitals so that at least they can bring down the cost to local prices for the Mauritians going abroad?
This is exactly what we are doing. The House will be aware that over dozens of new hospitals, international hospitals are coming towards Mauritius, and we are having a series of memorandum of understanding with them, and they are also sending us experts time and again. I can announce now in the days to come, we'll be having about 4 top specialists coming to Mauritius from Chennai in order to help us in our hospitals.
Okay. The Honourable First Member for Motai Blanche.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, B849.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Mauritius Sport Council that there is one sports facility in concession number 10 that falls under its purview, namely the multi-use game area, Muga, located at Caroline. The facility accommodates various activities such as mini soccer, pétanque, Zumba session, recreational activities for children and senior citizens, open-air gym, training and walking or jogging along its dedicated track. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the House may also wish to note that my ministry has a youth hub which houses a sport hall in Montagne Blanche. The hub, which was revamped, provides the following activities: taekwondo, table tennis, badminton, dance, indoor games, Scrabble, carom, and guitar courses. Moreover, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry also dispenses the following training in secondary schools and MITD centers of that region: family life education, national youth civic service, and jeune enterprises.
Yes. Yeah. The Honourable Member for Grand Bay, Putudo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir, B850.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the enforcement unit of the Solid Waste Management Division of my ministry consists of 14 officers who are involved only in the supervision of the dismantling of the housing units containing cemented asbestos sheets, the removal and disposal process. Site visits are effected prior to dismantling to assess quantity and state of asbestos sheets and supervise the dismantling process till carting away to the landfill. With regard to training, from 21 to 25th November 2022, officers of the enforcement unit of the division have received training on house warper site operations, which was conducted by Polyeco Limited, a Greek company, which has extensive experience in management of hazardous waste. Moreover, one officer was trained on hazmat
specialized equipment in August 2025, conducted by a consultant of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Center. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, the technical enforcement officers who carry out visual inspections of dismantling of the housing units containing cemented asbestos sheets have been provided with personal protective equipment, comprising, amongst others, disposable coverall, dust masks, and safety boots. Mr. Deputy Speaker, concerning Part B of the question, the number of visits effected by the division from 2024 to date is 35. Mr. Deputy Speaker, asbestos houses are being dismantled by contractors, which are hired by the ministry, and there is a constant follow-up of works which are being done by contractors, especially with regards to protective equipment.
Yes, you have the
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House what further training will be provided or any other ongoing health surveillance program is put in place for the officers potentially exposed to asbestos fibers in course of their duties? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there is a planned program which is in shape and will be soon be implemented, not only by my ministry, but the Ministry of Labour and the Safety Division also.
The Honourable Second Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles.
Question B851, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following further to concerns raised by the Honourable Member during the sitting of the House of 10 December 2024 regarding bus services in constituency number 13, the NLTA was tasked to assess the prevailing situation and to come up with appropriate remedial measures. I am informed by the NLTA that a meeting was held with the NTC and individual operators concerned on 6 March 2025. The bus operators were instructed to improve the level of bus services in those regions, and according to the NLTA, improvements have been noted along most of those routes. Several checks subsequently carried out on the operation of buses at Souliac, Kandiab and L'Escalier in the month of June and July 2025. Coming to the substantive question, I am informed by the NTC that the NTC served the following 8 routes. I'm not going to list all of them, but it's route number 66A, 7. The description is in there. If you want, I can give it to you.
Yes, you can.
34, 61, 61A, 67, 79, 133, and 197. Route 10, which extends over 40 kilometers, also plies through Rivière-des-Galets to Mehiberg via Souillac, Kandiab, and L'Escalier, and is served by 35 individual operators at an interval of 15 minutes at peak hours. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the NTC that repeated complaints, especially with regards to unavailability of buses along the above routes, are being received. For the period of July 2025 to September 2025, a total of 50 complaints has been received specifically on account of irregular bus services, which is attributable to frequent breakdown of Yutong and Nissan buses deployed on those routes. I am further made to understand that the NTC is encountering difficulties to procure spare parts in view of the need to abide by Directive 47 of the Procurement Policy Office with regard to mandatory use of a procurement system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I personally met Her Excellency, the Chinese ambassador, during courtesy call recently. That was on 3rd September 2025, and I have requested her to facilitate the commercialization of spare parts of Yutong buses locally. And I'm given to understand that the embassy is exploring the possibility of having an MOU between Yutong company and NTC. That should theoretically resolve the problem. In fact, the NTC redeployed one additional bus.
Your answer is long, Honourable Minister. You can find, because the question is simple. What action are you taking?
Yeah, that is, just to complete and to say, yes. Because since it's constituency number 13, a massive amount of 24.6 million rupees has been injected by the TRMSU for constitution of a traffic center at Rivière-des-Anguilles. The traffic center will be operational this week, and is expected to enhance the bus transport services in constituency number 13.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Relating to the incidents regarding fire, that some buses took fire, I would like to ask the Minister whether the fire prevention mechanism system were in place. If not, whether an inquiry will be undertaken.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. In fact, yes, there was an issue. I am privy to information which I can give to the Honourable Member since he's interested in the question. The former General Manager of the NTC was given a quotation on 29th January 2020 to change it's called fire bombs from what I'm reading here. It's fire bombs. It's supposed to explode when there's fire and quash the fire. But same were not changed. That was 4 years ago. So we have an issue. And the new General Manager, when he assumed office in July 2025, he immediately asked for quotation. And I'm given to understand that same will be replaced, and I've asked him to do so expeditiously. And I'm told it's going to cost 2.44 million rupees. So as regards whether an inquiry will have to be conducted, I can ask the board of the NNTC to look into this issue.
The Honourable Third Member for Rivière-des-Argues.
B852.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, first of all, I would like to clarify that the incident to which the Honourable Member is referring to occurred on 21st April 2025 and not 21st February 2025. Secondly, I wish to emphasize that bridges and footbridges are constructed throughout the island on both classified and non-classified roads. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards classified roads, that is motorways and A and B roads, these fall under the responsibility of the Road Development Authority, which, the Highway Authority, is responsible for the construction, care, maintenance, and improvement of these roads and related structures. The RDA maintains an inventory of all classified roads and associated structures, including vehicular and pedestrian bridges and culverts, which form an essential part of the national road network. In order to preserve these assets and ensure their structural safety, the bridge management system was set up in 2012. The BMS serves as a comprehensive audit mechanism which enables the RDA to maintain a detailed database of bridges, record structural defects, and formulate a priority list of maintenance and rehabilitation works based on condition indices. Since the establishment of the BMS, 21 bridges have been rehabilitated or reconstructed on a priority basis. The RDA has recently reassessed the condition of bridges on classified roads island-wide and updated the inventory accordingly. A list of bridges requiring intervention has been prepared, and implementation will be carried out gradually over the coming financial years, given the significant investment involved. At present, the construction of 3 bridges, namely Grand Sable, Beauchamp, and Ramjin Okoulé, is ongoing and expected to be completed within this financial year. In addition, contracts for the John Kennedy Bridge at Vakwa and the Royal Bridge at Port Louis near Hotel Pakistan have been awarded, and works will commence shortly, while bidding documents for the Haute-Rive Bridge and Rivière du Rempart have already been launched. With regard to footbridges, there are presently 20 located along classified roads. In recent years, the RDA has undertaken the construction or rehabilitation of 6 of these, and a further 3 footbridges, Mapu, Pamplemousses, and Kalbas, along the M2 are being rehabilitated in the 2025-2026 financial year as part of the RDA's ongoing program. All these works are carried out with a focus on safe passage for road users and the long-term integrity of our road network. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards non-classified roads, which fall under the responsibility of local authorities, I am informed that following the Tank Bar incident, no comprehensive island-wide structural audit has been carried out for bridges and footbridges under their purview. This is mainly due to a lack of in-house technical expertise, such as structural engineers, and the absence of dedicated funds, which limits their ability to conduct detailed assessments. Local authorities across the island have varying capacities to manage their bridges and footbridges. Some, such as those in Vakwa Phoenix and Catrobon, rely mainly on visual inspections and require external expertise for comprehensive structural assessments. In QPIP, most bridges are reported as structurally sound, although a few require urgent repairs, while enlargement works are being undertaken by the National Development Unit. In Savane, the Pont Rouge footbridge has been found to be severely damaged, whereas other bridges have already been repaired. In Moka, major reconstruction works have been completed, while in Rivière du Rempart and Grand Port, attention is being given to minor repairs, with major works requiring external support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry will provide technical guidance and collaboration as and when requested to support local authorities in maintaining bridges and footbridges falling under their purview.
Honourable Dogaru. Honourable Dogaru.
Has the ministry received any complaints in relation to the current state of our bridges and footbridges?
As far as I can see, I have not received any formal complaint, even by the local authorities yet.
Yes, Honourable Vajpayee.
I will ask the minister if he has got any complaints in regards to the Tamarind Bridge, which started yielding
We don't have any complaints.
just at the start, and as a matter of urgency, it's the only way to go to the west. If we can have a look as a matter of urgency.
Among the 21 bridges which have been rehabilitated and reconstructed on a priority basis, I can see Tamarind Bridge is in the list.
Honourable Third Member Gvedzagisuya. Honourable Third Member Gvedzagisuya.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. B853.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to refer the House to my reply to the PNQ of the 6th of May 2025. The House will recall that I referred to the situation that prevailed in that reply on Île aux Bénitiers. That islet had witnessed an increase in unregulated commercial activities, including informal food and beverage operations, unauthorized recreational setups, and erection of structures that are inconsistent with land use and environmental planning principles. These activities have raised concerns regarding sanitation, waste management, environmental degradation, negative effect on biodiversity and the ecosystem, as well as the preservation of public access and cultural value. Ever since then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there have been several meetings under the chairmanship of the Deputy Prime Minister. And I must state that the work was not only about Île aux Bénitiers, but also started work about other islets around Mauritius. As regards the work that has already been initiated on Île aux Bénitiers as a pilot case, in order to regulate existing trade and tourism activities while ensuring the protection of the island's fragile ecosystem, we have delimited a temporary recreational zone to accommodate barbecue operators and handicraft sellers. At the same time, a comprehensive master plan has been elaborated in consultation with all the relevant authorities with a view to establishing a permanent recreational zone that balances economic activities with the preservation of biodiversity. So we're going for Île aux Bénitiers approximately on 2/3 for conservation and 1/3 for the rest. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a sum of 8 million rupees has been provided in the financial year 2025-2026 for the cleaning of islands. Along this line, consideration is being given for the management strategy used for Île aux Bénitiers to be replicated to other islets around Mauritius. It has been planned, as recommended and suggested by the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, that we would, after Ilobeniche, also be going to visit some of the islets around Mauritius, and we will be starting with some in the north. And the issue, therefore, is to promote a balanced approach that encourages responsible tourism and economic opportunities, while preserving the natural heritage of our coastal and marine assets. So in this perspective, I'd like to thank all those who have collaborated in this effort, all relevant stakeholders, obviously starting with the Deputy Prime Minister, and also the Minister of Environment, Minister of Agro-Industry, and their respective ministries, and the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Local Government as well, and all the other local authorities that have been very helpful in the process. I must, however, add that at this juncture, we are reflecting, in line with what your question is, on which will be the authority eventually that will be responsible for the management of all the islands. Will it be under the Beach Authority, as we had discussed, or will it be under a dedicated authority under the Ministry of Environment, with all les acteurs concernés? But there needs to be an effort, and a dedicated effort, in order to ensure that whatever we've started at Ilobeniche, under the chairmanship of the meeting with the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, that we continue it vis-à-vis other islands.
Yes, you have a supplement?
And is there any proposed timeline for completion of the works on all our islets?
Well, in actual fact, I look at the documents that have been given to me and the number of islets that exist around Mauritius, and there are indeed quite a few. And if I to look at it, there are, from memory, approximately 52. And out of the 52, there are 2 of them that are privately owned. So we're concerned with about 50 of them. So going to all of them will take the time that it takes. And obviously at this juncture, we rely on the generosity and collaboration of the National Coast Guard to take all officers there. We don't have dedicated vessels to take us to each and every island. So that is why, far from trying to put a timeline on the whole process, what is important here is results. And it will take the time that it takes, because at the end of the day, we have to give results. And within this mandate, we hope that we will have replicated the excellent work that has been done for Ilobeniche on other islets, with the collaboration of all my friends in Cabinet and members of Parliament, who are also very helpful in connecting us with the people and those who are operating on those islands.
The Honourable First Member for Bobby-Doon.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Question 854. Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I am informed that there are some 41 squatters in the area commonly known as Singamani village over state land at Bois Marchand, out of whom 23 are pre-July 2015 and 18 are post-July 2015. Now, the reason why very often we refer in the jargon of the Ministry of Housing and Land to the pre or post-July 2015 is basically there are 2 treatments that are afforded to those who are pre and those who are post. It's a question of policy that was decided at the level of the ministry. As their settlement is either on the Réserve of Rivière des Calbas or located close to a sewage treatment plant thereat, it is unfortunate because of those realities on the ground. We cannot consider regularizing them in situ, as I explained, the reason for that. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to reassure the House that my ministry is actively looking into various other possibilities to address this situation. I had stated in my reply to PQB 754, my ministry in this regard is also working upon recommendations for regularizing the post-2015 squatters, because the previous government had decided not to regularize the post-2015 squatters. I think we have to take into consideration, and I take advantage of this particular question to give that information. You see, ever since I came into office, I decided to request the officers of the ministry to carry out a survey island-wide to know what is the real problem of squatters around Mauritius. We've managed to carry out a survey on all state land. Obviously, there are also squatters on private land. But as far as the residential and non-residential squatters per district, in the district of Port Louis, there are 306 squatters. In the district of Pamplemousse, there are 80. In the district of Rivière-du-Rempart, there are 52. In the district of Flac, there are 89. In the district of Grand Port, there are 35. In the district of Savane, there are 5. I say again, that does not include the squatters on private land. So to that 700 or so figures, because the total is in fact 750 on state land, I would have thought that we are close to the figure of almost more than 1,000 or slightly more than 1,000. So yes, there is the need to address the issue, and we are doing that, of all squatters. But I have to also, as I have said in the previous reply, ensure that in the process we do not go for a policy decision that encourages squatting. Squatting cannot be an easy way to obtain facilities from government and homes. We should try to bring them within the mainstream, which is register, obtain a proper registration, and bring in the effort to get them a place and a roof over their heads. But I must say that ever since July 2015 and to date, the figures of squatters have increased tremendously. And that is because the previous government did nothing to address the problem of squatters. And we will.
Yes, one question.
Mr. the Deputy Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Minister for his answer. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether his ministry is taking actions to assist the squatters and if there is any plan for them to live a better life? Thank you.
You see, once again, I thank the Honourable Member for a question. Is there a plan for them to live a better life? It cannot simply be a plan. It has to be a reality. And in order to do so, what I propose with regards to the particular issue that you have brought up here in the National Assembly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I propose, and I've already said this to the Honourable Member, I propose to organize a meeting in situ, but after we have had a proper survey of the area in order to identify ways and means of finding this solution and give them a better life with a roof over their heads. And that does not only apply to the particular situation in that locality. It applies to every single place where there are squatters. Many issues have been brought to my attention. Members of Parliament from constituency number 14, one of them, who just spoke to me many times ever since the last general elections. So yes, we are confronted with the increased number of squatters. I do not believe that we should make a differentiation between post-July 2015 or pre-July 2015. I believe that we have to accept that we have financial constraints and we have also the difficulty of finding proper land to accommodate those squatters. I can only also add that the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister himself has brought to my attention the situation of unfortunate squatters on land commonly known as Garidas in the Black River district. And we are trying to find, under his chairmanship as well, other solutions and quickly to be able to put them in a better environment and for them to have a roof over their heads that they can call home. So we are concerned, we are conscious, and we will find the solutions.
The Honourable Third Member for Bobassa,
B855.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in response to the shortage of nursing staff and medical practitioners in public hospitals and health institutions, my ministry has put in place a number of short-term, medium-term and long-term measures to ensure that healthcare services continue to run smoothly and effectively. With regard to nursing staff, several actions have already been taken. On 23rd August 2025, 36 nurses were recruited on sessional basis. These nurses are actively working and helping to support the health system. In addition, a public advertisement was issued on 27 September 2025 to hire 90 more sessional nurses. With a view to building a stronger supply of future nurses, 300 trainee nurses have already been enlisted in the financial year 25-26 as of 22nd September 2025. As part of our sustained efforts, my ministry further plans to enlist 500 additional trainee nurses in the financial year 26-27 and another 200 trainee nurses in the financial year 27-28. This will help ensure a steady supply of trained nurses in the years to come. As regards medical practitioners, it is to be highlighted that there are presently 120 doctors who proceeded on study leave without pay for postgraduate specialization. My ministry encourages specialization in scarcity fields, thereby providing the opportunity for doctors to upgrade their skills and expertise in the medical field, which will eventually benefit our healthcare services. To this end, to palliate for the lack of doctors, my ministry has, on the 3rd September 2025, recruited 25 medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers on a yearly contractual basis. My ministry has also re-advertised for the recruitment of an additional 30 more medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers on a contractual basis. These doctors will help fill the gap in staffing and reducing the pressure on the current workforce. As a medium-term measure, my ministry has requested the Public Service Commission to recruit 111 additional medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers. In this respect, I am informed that interviews are presently ongoing at the level of PSC. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to further inform the House that for both medical and nursing staff, my ministry is working on a long-term plan. A manpower assessment in collaboration with United Nations Development Programme is currently being carried out. This study will help the ministry to understand how many doctors and nurses will be needed in future with a view to ensuring effective and efficient planning of human resources in our healthcare system. In addition, my ministry is further reviewing the functioning of all our public health institutions. This includes the current shift system of medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers in the hospitals, and the opening hours of medical clinics, area health centers, and community health centers. The aim is to improve human resource management and to make services more efficient and accessible to the public at large. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, together these measures demonstrate my ministry's strong commitment to improving staffing levels in the public healthcare system, ensuring that patients continue to receive safe and quality healthcare.
Yes.
Monsieur le Vice-président, l'honorable ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre s'il existe une disposition permettant d'envisager le recrutement sous contrat de médecins, d'infirmiers retraités et du secteur public comme du secteur privé ayant dépassé la limite d'âge, bien sûr s'ils sont jugés aptes à travailler.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in exceptional cases, when the scarcity was felt, then we had recourse to the recruitment of doctors as well as nurses, but it was below 70 years. We were bound to do it because there was a big shortage and the previous government had done nothing in that field.
Okay. Honorable First Member for Port Richmond.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Question B856. Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following posts on social media and articles published in the press, a group of students of the Open University of Mauritius had lodged complaints against a lecturer. According to the students, the allegations were serious. First, the use of irrelevant and inappropriate comments during a lecture held on 22nd February 2025 from around 10:30 to 12:30 hours. And second, racism and communal bias in the grading of examinations. I'm informed that the Open University of Mauritius immediately established an internal committee to inquire into these allegations. A preliminary report has been submitted to my ministry. The committee reviewed the nearly 1 hour, 47 minutes long lecture recording saved on the learning management system as well as the entire marking process. The committee has identified potentially compromising elements and has therefore recommended that a thorough investigation be carried out. I'm further informed that an independent, full-fledged committee will now be established after legal advice is obtained. My ministry will exercise direct oversight throughout this process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, such behavior, if proven, violates Section 16 of our Constitution, guaranteeing equality and protection from discrimination. The Open University of Mauritius Act requiring academic integrity. Any conduct undermining equality contradicts the foundational principles upon which our republic is built. Let me be absolutely clear on 3 points. First, there will be no cover-up. Every allegation will be investigated thoroughly and transparently. The findings will be made available to this House. No one will be shielded. No misconduct will be swept under the carpet. The truth will be established. Second, justice will be served without hesitation. If the allegations are substantiated, appropriate action will be taken, including suspension or termination where warranted. No qualification, no tenure, no position will protect anyone found to have engaged in racism, discrimination, or harassment. Third, this government adopts zero tolerance. Any recurrence of such misconduct at any tertiary education institution will be dealt with firmly and decisively. Will not allow any act to ignite division, undermine our constitutional values, or compromise our education system's integrity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to reassure the member, the honourable member, the students and parents. No student will suffer academically as a result of these complaints or the investigation. The university has already taken measures to ensure this. The university, alternative arrangements have been made to ensure that the students, right, have fair assessment, support services, and protection from retaliation, if ever there is any. All necessary actions will be taken to preserve academic integrity, ensure justice, and maintain public confidence. Beyond this specific case, my ministry will strengthen complaint mechanisms across all tertiary education institutions, enhance professional standards, mandatory training on cultural sensitivity and anti-discrimination, improve student welfare system, and ensure robust oversight to prevent such incidents. Our students deserve learning environments free from discrimination, fair assessment, based solely on merit, respect, and dignity in all interactions, and equal treatment regardless of race, religion, or any other characteristic. The investigation will be independent, impartial, and legally compliant, urgent, and transparent. I will update this House upon its completion. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Parliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, sir, B858.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there are 4 routes being questioned here in a busy conurbation. So the reply that have been provided to me is 6 pages long.
Yeah, please circulate.
I'm going to circulate it, but I shall.
Yeah, briefly you go through
a few points.
The main points, and we'll circulate.
I took note of the Facebook page of the member on 31st August 2025, and NLTA was requested immediately to conduct an inquiry. There are cases where several operators are not providing adequate service. This is for sure, as you can more fully read in the reply. I have to stress the fact that the attention of the disciplinary committee, chaired by Barrister Altipariak, will be done, and the consequence of this is revocation of licenses can understandably be envisaged if so required. All right? And as a last note, Deputy Speaker, sir, last Friday, Cabinet took note of my ministry giving instruction to the Attorney-General's office to draft the bus services bill, and this will make the provision for the use of technology to better enable the NLTA to monitor services. So such problem will be resolved given time.
Yes, one question?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm grateful if the Minister could inform the House when could the inhabitants of Bejutombo and Calva start seeing improvement in the situation?
Like I said, the Achilles heel of the NLTA right now is it doesn't have enough supervising staff on the field. So once we have technology, like I said before, the fleet management system and all, from the office they can monitor whether the buses are not compliant with their agreed timetables, on which they are being paid for, actually. So please bear with us for some time. My officers tell me that the tender for the fleet management system can be floated for the consultancy and for the contractor on the 15th of October. So take some time more.
The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Osbel.
Thank you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker. Sir, is question B859, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to refer the Honourable Member to the replies I made to PQB 223 on 25th March 2025 and to PQB 616 on 8 July 2025, wherein I informed the House that the B28 road had been severely damaged further to the pipe laying works being carried out by the Central Water Authority. I also informed the House that the 13.1 kilometer pipeline renewal project was divided into two phases. Phase 1 from Anse-Joncé to Bambou-Berrieux to Petit Sable, covering a distance of 6.4 kilometers, and Phase 2 from Ferney to Anse-Joncé, covering a distance of 6.7 kilometers. The scope of the works include the replacement of all ductile iron and reinstatement works, with the CWA carries in two stages, namely temporary reinstatement undertaken by the contractor carrying out the pipe laying works, which consists of backfilling and applying a 30mm layer of asphaltic concrete along the trenches, and second, permanent reinstatement to be undertaken by a separate Grade A contractor following a bidding exercise. This involves asphalting the damaged road to a thickness of 50mm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am now informed by the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities that CWA has completed the renewal of the distribution network in August 2025, and a separate contract for the permanent road reinstatement works has been prepared for both phases. The bidding exercise was launched on 15 July 2025, and the CWA board approved the award of the contract on 2nd October 2025 to Transinvest Construction Limited. The estimated cost for the permanent road reinstatement works from Ferney to Petit Sable, which includes the stretch from Vieux-Grand-Port to Bambou-Berrieux, is to the tune of 82 million, which has been catered under the current financial year. The tentative start of work is scheduled for the first week of November 2025, with completion expected by February 2026. As regards the stretch of road from Grand Sable to De Frères, I am informed by the RDA that pipelaying work is yet to be started. As such, the RDA is undertaking patching works thereat. I am further informed that the RDA has not yet issued the way leave for the excavation works along this stretch, and same will be issued only after completion of the resurfacing works from Ferney to Petit Sable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to highlight that the RDA has raised concerns over the CWA's failure to comply with the conditions of way leave, namely at l'Escalier, Chemin-Grenier, Saint-Julien-d'Hautemont, and Hermitage, where no proper temporary reinstatement works was carried out despite several notices sent. According to the RDA, the practice of awarding separate contracts for pipe laying and permanent road reinstatement results in significant delays, adversely affecting road users due to insufficient temporary restoration. To address this, the RDA is proposing to have a memorandum of understanding with the CWA, whereby the RDA will undertake the permanent reinstatement works once pipelaying is fully completed and commissioned. The MOU will clearly define the respective responsibilities of both parties, including payment arrangements. A meeting is scheduled today with the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities, CWA, and RDA to discuss the draft MOU.
The Honourable Second Member for Kochi, Miniti Amoka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQB 860, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, avec votre permission, je répondrai ensemble aux questions B860 et B896, car ils portent sur la même question. Monsieur le Vice-président, je suis informé par la Central Water Authority que la Haute Nouvelle Découverte et ses régions environnantes sont alimentées principalement par le réservoir d'Alma et le réservoir d'Alma-Île. La principale source d'eau provient de la station de traitement des eaux de la Marie et est complétée par 2 forages et 3 filtres à pression, les CFP. Les horaires d'alimentation dans ces localités sont intermittents. Auparavant, ils étaient biquotidiens, de 4 heures à 8 heures et de 16 heures à 20 heures, avec une pression réduite. Suite aux plaintes des consommateurs, une étude hydraulique a été menée par la Central Water Authority. Le programme d'alimentation a ensuite été optimisé pour 1 fois par semaine, soit de 1 heure à 8 heures. Pour Ripaille et la partie haute de Nouvelle Découverte, de 13 heures à 20 heures, pour la partie basse de Nouvelle Découverte, avec une pression adéquate. De plus, la CWA a renouvelé environ 1,6 km de tuyaux à Nouvelle Découverte, couvrant Roussette Road, Chivala Road, Djoku Road l'année dernière, améliorant ainsi le service pour environ 200 abonnés. Monsieur le Vice-président, je tiens à ajouter qu'un nouveau réservoir de service de 3000 m3 à Alma est actuellement en cours de mise en service et devrait être opérationnel à compter de la fin d'octobre de cette année-ci, donc dans quelques jours. Il est prévu que les heures d'approvisionnement pourront ensuite être révisées. Monsieur le Vice-président, concernant le projet de forage et le nouveau forage, je suis informé que dans le cadre du programme national de mobilisation des eaux souterraines en cours, la Water Resources Commission de mon ministère réalise des levées géophysiques pour le développement de 20 nouveaux forages sur l'île, notamment dans les régions avoisines de Dagotière, l'Espérance, quartier militaire, Alma. L'appel d'offres pour ces forages sur toute l'île devrait être lancé ce mois-ci.
Yes, Honourable Attorney.
Is the Minister aware of the poor quality of pipelaying that was done at Shivala Road, please, and the lack of adequate pipes for the upper parts of Nouvelle Découverte? I'm talking about the lower quality of the pipelaying that was done in Shivala Road. The pipes in Shivala Road, residents have complained that the pipelaying was of low quality. And we have one area of Nouvelle Découverte where the pipes have not actually been laid by the CWA. Thank you.
Je voudrais dire à l'honorable membre que nous revoyons tout l'ensemble de la circonscription en ce qui concerne le Pipe Replacement Programme. Un nouveau plan va sortir incessamment. Nous attendons de finaliser avec la partie indienne parce que nous avons reçu 2,6 milliards de roupies du gouvernement indien pour un nouveau programme de Pipe Replacement Programme. Je peux assurer l'honorable membre et les autres membres de la circonscription que leurs demandes seront prises en compte dans ce nouveau plan pour la circonscription.
Okay, Honourable Vajpayee, do you have a supplement? Your question has been answered. Okay, thank you. Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche, don't give yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B861.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the multipurpose hall complex at Montagne Blanche was designed as a one-stop shop to bring key public services closer to the community. The project, valued at 30 million rupees, was scheduled to start on 29 January 2021 and was initially expected to be completed within 8 months, that is 240 days. The facility consists of a 2-level building with a total floor area of 1,600 meters square, including parking facilities, and was conceived to serve multiple functions. First, a reception hall with a centralized queuing system and a common waiting area for the public. A multipurpose hall with an accommodation capacity of 500 people, and third, flexible office spaces to host various public service providers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the project was executed in phases under a multifunctional team. It was divided into 5 main components. First, supply of labor for the construction of the building up to a grade level stage. Second, supply of materials for the grade level structure. And third, demolition of the old village hall. Fourth, fixing of aluminum openings in the new building. And fifth, laying of tiles. To date, 24,769,000 has been disbursed out of the approved 30 million budget. I am tabling a detailed expenditure for each component, and several factors contributed to the delay in completing the multipurpose hall complex. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it was only after my ministry intervened, drew the attention of the Council to treat all projects equitably, that the Council took decisive steps to accelerate progress at Montagne Blanche multipurpose complex. I am pleased to inform the House that the building structure has been completed up to grade level. Tiles works and the installation of aluminum openings have also been finalized. The project has now moved into the second phase, which covers interior works, plumbing, electrical, networking installation, false ceilings, partitions, installation and commissioning of a lift system, and the air conditioning system. Exterior works, we have waterproofing, painting, installation of inox handrail, outdoor gym facilities, landscape, upgrading of boundary walls and gates, touring of the parking yard and access roads. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry is closely monitoring progress to ensure that the remaining works are completed without further delay, so that the people of Montagne Blanche and the surrounding communities can benefit from this much needed facility at the earliest possible time.
The Honourable Third Member for Portable Spear.
Mr. Speaker, B862.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. This is indeed a very interesting matter. I am informed that the Morcellement Le Hameau, because it is in fact a Morcellement, at least in name, was developed prior to August 2018, whereby a Morcellement permit was not required for Baya construction at that particular time. Now, later on, the Morcellement Act was amended through the Finance Miscellaneous Provisions Act of 2018 in order to address this. So the amendment came afterwards, whereas the development happened before the amendment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the House may wish to be informed that according to the then Environment Protection Act of 2002, the Hameau project was not a scheduled undertaking requiring an environment impact assessment license. Consequently, no environment impact assessment license was issued for the said development, and I say again because the law as it stood then did not make it a precondition. With regards to part B1 of the question, I'm also informed that Le Hameau residential project forms part of the Smart City project, in respect of which a Smart City certificate was in fact issued on the 9th of November 2018. Now, as regards part B2, I am further informed that following a complaint regarding noise disturbance emanating from the operations of the ex-Beauplan sugar factory, namely the elevators and the weighbridge, the Ministry of Health then, that was before the elections, of 2024. The Ministry of Health and Wellness carried out a noise survey and concluded that noise survey was within established range. But I was not communicated with a report of that survey that allegedly was carried out. However, I have also been informed that there was a survey that was carried out by a private party at around the same time. And that survey says exactly the contrary of what the Ministry of Health and Wellness says. The Ministry of Health and Wellness says the survey we carried out, there is no noise above the permissible level of 60 decibels, whereas the survey carried out by a private consultant shows that over a week or more, that the noise indeed goes almost to 80 decibels. So in the circumstances, I've understood, based on all the information that has been communicated to me, that the relevant ministries decided not to do anything following the complaints, precisely because they base themselves on the fact that allegedly the noise was not or was within the permissible level without me having ever been communicated that report. I am also aware that, yes, this development was in fact marketed as a morcellement. This is the information that I have. So what I propose to do, just like I did earlier on for other members pertaining to land issues, is since this is a matter that does bring about some confusion with conflicting reports, and it concerns the value of land and it concerns the health of citizens living in a noisy environment, I propose to call the promoters, since there are certain issues pertaining to the Morcellement Act that seem to have been put aside, and I will ask my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Health, to join me in that, and the Minister of Environment, and to try to address this particular issue about the noise and to bring rectifications that are required. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Portuguese.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question B863, please.
Who is stepping for the Ministry of Labour?
I am standing in, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, and with your permission, sir, I shall reply to this question. I am informed that this matter is already being given due consideration. Section 15 and 16 of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Act of 2016 makes provision for a National Crisis Committee to be chaired by the Secretary to Cabinet and head of the civil service in the event of disasters. Notwithstanding any other enactment in situations of torrential rain and climatic disasters, the National Crisis Committee may, to safeguard the life of any person, issue after consultation with the Prime Minister an order directing any person to remain indoors as long as it is unsafe to venture outside. Such order, when issued, applies for the whole population except for those engaged in emergency and essential services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, currently the public sector and the private sector each have their respective protocols to deal with heavy rain and torrential rain situations. These protocols are aligned with Section 16 and 17 of the relevant legislation, while recognizing the diverse nature and specificities of the public and private sectors. The protocol for heavy torrential rain and tropical storms or cyclones for the public sector serves as guidelines for ministries, departments, and public sector organizations in times of heavy rain, localized heavy rain, torrential rain, cyclone warnings in force in the Republic of Mauritius. It provides practical guidance on work arrangements in such cases with a view to ensuring the safety of employees as well as continuity of service delivery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to refer to the Workers' Rights Act of 2019, which is of relevance. Section 32 of the Act, which deals with the payment of remuneration in other specific circumstances, provides, amongst others, that where during a period of extreme weather conditions, including but not limited to heavy rain, heavy or torrential rainfall, and it goes on to explain that subparagraph 1 and 2, which is an order is issued by the National Crisis Committee under Section 16 of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, or a state of disaster is declared and any direction for the purpose of assisting and protecting the public is issued under Section 37 of the relevant legislation, an employer shall not require a worker to report to work or to continue to work where he is exposed to weather conditions as the case may be. I shall not be that long, but allow me to add that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that during the Assises du Travail et de l'Emploi, organized from the 23rd to the 25th of September 25 by the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations, social partners, including representatives of workers and employers, agreed that the same regime should apply for the release of workers both in the private sector and the public sector in situation of torrential rain, and that there should be no disparity on this issue, insofar as personal safety, security, and threat to life are concerned. I understand that with a view to addressing the perception of continued discrimination between the public and private sectors when the country is facing torrential and climatic disasters, the Prime Minister's Office, together with the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, the Mauritius Meteorological Services, and other key stakeholders, are working closely with the private sector for the development and finalization of a combined national protocol for heavy and torrential rainfall, where safety of the population remains central, while ensuring continuity in emergency and essential services. Once this is finalized, once there is finalization of the national protocol for heavy and torrential rainfall, necessary amendments will be brought to the Workers' Rights Act of 2019 as may be required, with a view to ensuring that employees of both the private and public sectors are protected on a non-discriminatory basis.
The Honourable First Member for Holding.
B864.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part A, I am informed by the NLTA that the protocols applicable in case of discrepancies found in the course of examination of motor vehicles in road rigs are covered in 5 points. They are quite lengthy. I'm going to table them.
Thank you.
As regards Part B, why? As regards Part B of the question, there is currently one vehicle examination center in road rigs located within the premises of the mechanical workshop of the Commission of Infrastructure in Port-Mature. This center is manned by one vehicle examiner of the NLTA posted to road rigs on tour of 1 year service. I had, in fact, the opportunity to personally visit the examination center during my official mission to road rigs from 12 to 14th August 2025. I would like to emphasize that I was taken aback by the flimsy manner in which vehicles are examined in the island. The examination actually consists of a mere visual inspection of the vehicles, which is definitely not adequate to determine whether they are roadworthy or not. Furthermore, I observed that the examination pit belonging to the mechanical workshop, which is supposed to be used for examination of undercarriage of all vehicles, cannot be acceded by vehicles due to its height above ground level. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have also personally observed that overall the process for obtaining roadworthiness certificates for motor vehicles in road rigs is quite cumbersome. In fact, vehicle owners have to call at the NLTA office at Belascar for the payment of the fitness test fee according to their vehicle category. Thereafter, the vehicle has to call at the Vehicle Examination Center in Port-Mature. There, the vehicle is visually inspected by the vehicle examiner, and in the event of a favorable vehicle examination report is issued, the vehicle owner has to call back to NLTA office in Belascar to collect the certificate of fitness. So, quite cumbersome. I had raised my concern with the Chief Commissioner of Road Works during courtesy meeting I had with him in a bid to align with the procedures in place in mainland Mauritius for vehicle examination. I proposed that an expression of interest be launched by the NLTA for authorizing vehicle examination stations currently operating in Mauritius to extend their services to Road Works. The Chief Commissioner of Road Works welcomed the proposal and is even willing to put at the disposal of the vehicle examination station a plot of land outside of the center of Port Material for that purpose. I am informed that the NLTA has already initiated actions at its end for the implementation of the proposal with the assistance of the Chief Commissioner's Office, of course. Deputy Speaker, sir, as an ending note, as regards part B2 of the question, I am tabling the list outlining the number and categories of vehicles examined over the past 3 financial years. Thank you.
The Honourable Third Member for Rodrigue.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Honourable Minister, we've got only 2 minutes to go. Your answer is long. I see you have an iPad. Do you have a hard copy of your?
No.
But then you will have probably to
let me use the 2 minutes.
Use the 2 minutes. Then briefly you say what you have. Then
exactly.
probably you look. But next time come with a hard copy.
I'll stay guided
of your answer so that we can
after
take
2
on the
minutes
table.
I stop. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I would like to congratulate the Education Commission of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly for the successful organization of les Assises de l'Éducation on 26 and 27th May 2025, and thank all the stakeholders who contributed to make it successful. I thank the 4 MPs who attended same. I thank you for that. Now, I wish to inform the House that the consultations held in Rodrigues in May 2025 brought together a wide range of stakeholders, including Rodrigues Commission for Education, educators, unions, NGOs, parents, and so on. Deliberations were structured around 8 thematic areas, namely student behavior, discipline, and well-being, curriculum and pedagogy, teacher training and capacity building, assessment and progression, TVET and skills development, technology and education, legal and regulatory framework, and youth voice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, notwithstanding the current drafting process of the blueprint, I would like to enumerate some measures which have already been implemented or being currently implemented in the light of the consultations held. 1, psychosocial support has been reinforced through training in emotional intelligence for educators. 2, discussions are ongoing with MES and MIE to contextualize the curriculum, prioritizing agriculture, marine and blue economy subjects. Discussions are being held with MITD to expand Tibet course and to increase enrollment capacity in Rodrigues. 4, career guidance sessions have been intensified to better align student choices with labor market opportunities. And 5, opportunities for co-curricular activities for Rodrigues have been strengthened through the foundation program with the support of the MIE. If you need further information, I will always volunteer to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time is over. Honourable members, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B898, B895, B890, B881, B887, B888, B876, B893, B871, B872, B885, B894, B870, B884, B897, B880, B891, B874 again, B879, B867, B873, B889. Motion?
Motion.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Thank you.
Seconded. Yes, seconded. The question is that all the business of today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Orders 10. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by Ministers none. Public bills, first reading.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
sir. I move that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill be read a first time.
Seconded.
Second reading.
Honourable Attorney-General.
I move that the civil appeal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm sorry. I move that the civil appeal bill number 21 of 2025 be read a second time.
Seconded.
So, Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill forms part of our ongoing effort to modernize the justice system, to make our laws simpler, clearer and more coherent. Following the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Act, which streamlined criminal procedures earlier this year, this bill now does the same for civil cases. The bill may look small if one stops at the number of pages it covers. However, a closer and more informed look at its provisions reveal that this bill is part of a bigger picture. It is part of the long and important process of rebuilding the system to make the processes simpler and less burdensome. We are still in the throes of addressing all the issues that need to be looked into to provide a better and more efficient system of justice. At present, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the rules governing civil appeals are dispersed across several statutes, namely the Court of Civil Appeal Act, the Courts Act, and the District and Intermediate Courts Civil Jurisdiction Act, amongst others. Each has developed separately, resulting in inconsistencies, overlapping provisions, and uncertainty for litigants. The result has also been confusion, procedural disputes, and unnecessary delay. This bill remedies the situation. It consolidates all civil appeal procedures into one coherent framework, replacing outdated enactments and standardizing the rules that apply when an appeal is made. First, to the Court of Civil Appeal from a final decision of the Supreme Court in its original jurisdiction, or second, to the Supreme Court in its appellate jurisdiction from the final decision of a subordinate court, such as the District Court, the Intermediate Court, the Industrial Court, the Master and Registrar, the Judging Chambers, or the Statutory Tribunal. Henceforth, all such appeals will follow the same process from start to finish. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me briefly guide the House through the principal provisions of this bill. Clauses 6 and 13 provide for a uniform procedure for the lodging and prosecution of appeals. Whichever court the appeal lies to, the Court of Civil Appeal or the Supreme Court, the same steps, time limits, and forms will apply. Clauses 9 and 15 empower both the Court of Civil Appeal and the Supreme Court in its appellate jurisdiction to determine questions of law referred to them by subordinate courts. This will allow for timely clarification of legal points that would otherwise create uncertainty at lower levels. Clause 18, introducing more realistic time limits for the filing of skeleton arguments and submissions. Appellants will now have to file their written submissions 30 days before the hearing rather than 45 days, whilst respondents will file theirs 15 days before rather than 30. These adjustments reflect the experience of both practitioners and judges and will make scheduling and deliberation more efficient. Clauses 19 to 23 harmonize the powers of both appellate courts. Previously, the Court of Civil Appeal and the Supreme Court did not enjoy the same authority when determining civil appeals, a technical anomaly that this bill now removes. Clause 3 introduces a simple but important safeguard. Every court, immediately after giving judgment, must notify each party in writing of their right to appeal. This ensures that access to justice is not hindered by lack of information, especially for litigants without legal representation. Clause 29 provides for consequential amendments to 6 statutes: the Courts Act, the District and Intermediate Court Civil Jurisdiction Act, the Environment and Land Use Appeal Tribunal Act, the Equal Opportunities Act, the Industrial Court Act, and the Sale of Immovable Property Act. The Court of Civil Appeal and its 1965 rules are repealed entirely, making this bill the sole reference for civil appeals. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will be proposing amendments at committee stage to this clause 29 of the bill, more specifically to amend the Court of Rodrigues Jurisdiction Act and the new Revenue Tribunal Act so as to align their procedures with this new legislation. Together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these clauses establish a single, predictable system that applies uniformly across all levels of the judiciary. Civil appeals will henceforth be simpler, quicker, and less prone to procedural disputes. This will also reduce the burden on the courts by discouraging points of law being raised on unclear or overlapping provisions. The preparation of this bill, I must stress, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, has benefited from close consultation between my office, the Chief Justice, and the judges of the Supreme Court. It reflects their experience in the daily administration of appeals and their support for the creation of a unified and rational structure. This reform also sits within the wider context of judicial and legal reform already underway. In recent months, Parliament has enacted the Revenue Tribunal Act, the Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Act, and the Criminal Appeal and Review Act. Each of these bills now enacted have aimed at simplifying access to justice and restoring coherence to our legal framework. This civil appeal bill now furthers this goal for civil matters. The government is working to implement the various necessary changes for these different statutes just referred to, to all be proclaimed and enforced as from the 1st of January 2026. Again, proposing uniformity and clarity for all these changes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, codification arises from the need to transform scattered, inconsistent rules into a single, rational body of law. From the Code Civil des Français of 1804 to the Field Code in the 19th century of America, codifiers sought not only to compile existing laws, but to impose coherence upon them, to replace fragmented statutes and judicial customs with a systematic and accessible structure. Historically, such efforts emerge when legal systems mature to a point where accumulation breeds confusion. The aim is twofold: compilation by gathering dispersed provisions into one reference text, and rationalization by simplifying, harmonizing, and removing contradictions. In modern procedural law, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, codification reflects the same spirit: efficiency through clarity. By standardizing appeal routes and timelines, a codified regime ensures equal treatment, predictability, and ease of application. Ce n'est donc pas juste pour faire joli, mais plutôt la poursuite d'un idéal issu du siècle des Lumières, que la loi soit claire, connue et compréhensible pour tous. In practice, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are not abstract measures. They affect real cases, real people, and real time saved in the delivery of judgments. The ultimate aim is to make the law not only fair in principle, but clear and efficient in operation. This is thus a practical reform, the product of broad consultation, careful drafting, and will obviously strengthen the administration of justice, bring clarity to practitioners and litigants alike, and reinforce public confidence in our courts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I therefore commend this bill to the House.
Honourable
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I rise today not as a humble backbencher, but as a firm believer in the continuing evolution of our justice system. Just a few weeks ago, this Assembly came together to pass the Criminal Appeal Bill, a decisive piece of legislation that marked a watershed in the rationalization of our criminal appeal process. It was an act of legislative courage, one that put consistency above complexity and the citizen above bureaucracy. And today, we are called upon to act again, to complete the other half of that equation through this civil appeal bill, which seeks to consolidate what has too long remained fragmented and unclear. For years now, civil appeals have been governed by a patchwork of statutes scattered across multiple pieces of legislation, resulting in uncertainty, delay, and confusion. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, I therefore rise in support of the Civil Appeal Bill that will be cited as the Civil Appeal Act 2025, which is a reaffirmation of our rule of law. The bill comes with a view to bring clarity, certainty, and uniformity in this area of the law. The bill will simplify and standardize the procedures for all appeal in civil matters under one deliberate and thoughtful consolidated legislation that will govern all civil appeal cases at all levels of our judiciary. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, under the current system, the civil appeals are governed by a scattered set of legislations, including the Court of Civil Appeal Act, the Court of Civil Appeal Rules 1965, the Courts Act, the District and Intermediate Courts Civil Jurisdiction Act, the Environment and Land Use Appeal Tribunal Act, the Equal Opportunities Act, the Industrial Courts Act, and the Sale of Immovable Property Act. This causes great uncertainty, as the Attorney-General earlier said. Thus, the courts are operating under different routes of appeal, and this has left the people, especially the vulnerable ones, and the laypersons who wishes to challenge the decision of the court of first instance, often confused and disempowered. This lack of uniformity risks undermining the very principles upon which our justice system is built, including fairness, accessibility, and equal treatment under the law. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill is a transformative step forward of how justice is administered in our country. The bill unifies the appeal rights of all appeal cases in civil matters that are from the final decision of the Supreme Court in the exercise of its original and appellate jurisdiction, and also from the final decision of the District Court, Intermediate Court, Industrial Court, the Master and Registrar, the Judge in Chambers, or a statutory tribunal. In doing so, the bill will strengthen legal certainty and will protect the rights of all parties involved in civil litigation and civil proceedings. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, the bill clearly imposes an obligation on any court to immediately, after it gives judgment in a civil matter, to notify any party to the case of his right to appeal. Part 1 of the bill deals with the preliminary matters, including the short title, interpretation, notification of the right to appeal. Part 2 of the bill outlines the composition, the jurisdiction, and the powers of the Court of Civil Appeal, and further outlines the procedures, the proceedings, and the notice required to resist appeal before the Court of Civil Appeal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a legal system should not only require a map to navigate, it should be a road clearly signposted, open to all who seek redress. Under Clause 4 of the bill, which provides that an appeal before the Supreme Court shall be heard by at least 2 judges, and further provides that the Chief Justice may, upon receipt of an application, direct more than 2 judges to hear the appeal, having regard to the magnitude of the interests at stake or the importance of intricacy of the question of law and the importance of facts involved. Section 5 of the bill provides that the Court of Civil Appeal shall have unlimited jurisdiction and powers to hear and determine appeal in civil matters against final decision of the Supreme Court. Section 6, 7, and 8 of the bill deals with the procedures, leave required to appeal, and the notice to resist appeal to the Court of Civil Appeal. Section 9 of the bill provides that where a question of law arises at the hearing of any civil matter and where the matter is referred to the Supreme Court upon application by any party where it is so determined, the court will adjourn the matter until such question has been determined by the Supreme Court. Section 10 of the bill provides that the Supreme Court shall state the circumstances in which such question arose and direct such statement under Section 9 to be entered upon the record for the opinion of the Court of Civil Appeal. Section 11 and 12 of the bill deals with the composition, jurisdiction, and unlimited powers of the Supreme Court to hear and determine appeal in civil matters against the final decision of the subordinate court. Section 13 of the bill provides that a person who intends to appeal from the final decision of the Supreme Court shall, within 21 days after the date of the final decision of the subordinate court, give the written notice of appeal to the clerk, and shall, after service the notice, lodge the appeal within 14 days with the registry of the Supreme Court. Section 14 of the bill provides that a party may resist the appeal within 28 days, upon whom a notice is served, failing which that party may be deemed to have elected not to resist the appeal. Section 15 and 16 of the bill makes provision for the Supreme Court to postpone and determine any question of law referred by any party while hearing any civil matter by the subordinate courts. Section 17 and 18 of the bill deals with the stay of proceedings, service of skeleton arguments, and submissions on the grounds of appeal. Section 19 and 20 of the bill provides the general powers of the appellate court on the civil appeal to reverse, amend, and alter the decision of the subordinate court or order a new trial before a different constituted bench. Section 21 and 22 of the bill provides for the appellate court to deal with the issue of immaterial errors and frivolous appeals. And under Section 23, the appellate court is empowered to make such order as the case may require. Section 24 of the bill provides the general powers of the appellate court in determining the question of law referred by a party within 6 months, and for the subordinate court thereafter to give its final decision within 3 months. Section 25 and 26 of the bill makes provision to deal with application for the extension of time and the costs of appeal, and the bill further makes provision for the Chief Justice under Section 27 of the bill to make such rules as may be necessary. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, Section 28 of the bill makes provision to repeal the Court of Civil Appeal Act 1954 and further revoke the Court of Civil Appeal Rules 1965. And Section 30 of the bill makes provision for a fair application of the bill so as not to disrupt the current ongoing appeal matters. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, in summary, this bill before us today consolidates all existing civil appeal provisions into a coherent piece of legislation. It clarifies the grounds and timelines for civil appeal across all courts and further reinforces judiciary efficiency and legal predictability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in fact, any person who cannot easily understand the right to appeal or when the process to seek redress is unnecessarily complex or inconsistent, it is the integrity of our entire justice system that is called into question. Complexity and inconsistency outcome causes delays and uncertainty not only for the appellants and respondents, but also for the law professionals. It is unacceptable that in matters of such gravity, where the rights of our people are at stake, that our justice system would tolerate ambiguity in the process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the bill ensures that once a final decision has been delivered by the Supreme Court or the subordinate court, the parties will have a clearly defined, legally consistent pathway for appeal that will ensure confidence and fairness. The bill further reinforces the constitutional rights of individuals under Section 10 of our Constitution, which guarantees a fair trial. The bill supports the independence of the judiciary by offering a clear and predictable framework for civil appeal and further protects the most vulnerable one. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, the bill also reflects our international obligation under human rights instrument to which Mauritius is a party, including international covenant on civil and political right to simplify legislation for fair trials. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to draw attention of this august assembly to the inspiring words of the Honourable Chief Justice of India, Sri Ramakrishna Gavai, who recently in Mauritius during the Sir Maurice Roll Memorial Lecture on the rule of law in the largest democracy and in presence of a historical gathering of the legal professional and the high officials, he reminded the world that the rule of law is not a mechanical formula, but a moral and ethical compass that upholds equality, dignity, and fairness, that guides our courts and every organs of the state, and further emphasize that in a democracy, law must serve justice, and every statute must pass the test of fairness and constitutional morality. Hence, the bill does that. Mr. Speaker, sir, the judiciary, as we know, is a cornerstone of our democratic society. By simplifying civil appeals, we are reducing unnecessary delays. We are alleviating the burden of our courts, and we are ensuring that judicial time and resources are focused on the substance of justice. When I voted for the criminal appeal bill a few weeks ago, I did so because I believed in creating a justice system that speaks one language, not several dialects. It would be inconsistent and irresponsible for us as lawmakers to reform one arm of justice and neglect the other. Today, this House is being asked not only to pass legislation, but rather to reshape the very system of justice for our country. We are being asked to bring clarity in an area of law that is complex and confusing for our system and for our people. We are being asked to ensure that pathway to justice is a clear road that is accessible to all, regardless of status, age, or means. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, before I conclude, I would like to thank the Honourable Attorney-General with his team, who is leaving no stone unturned to reshape our justice system. We are grateful to have his continued contribution to reinforce our rule of law, and this will go down in the history of Mauritius for many more years to come. By coming forward with this progressive piece of legislation, it will reshape our civil appeal cases, thus increasing public confidence in our institution. I therefore urge all members of this House to come together in support of this bill as custodians of justice and servants of the people, and deliver a framework that will serve all the people of Mauritius. We are sending a strong message to the people out there that we believe in a justice system that is transparent, fair, and equal for all. As the great Mahatma Gandhi says, injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere. Let us vote not just with our voices, but with our vision for a more just Mauritius. With these words, I commend the bill to the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me close this short but interesting debate by saying that this bill is, of course, a necessary piece of the puzzle we are slowly and painstakingly building to provide a better and more efficient justice system sooner than later. The next step will be the amendments to be brought to the Courts Act to simplify and streamline the procedure for judicial review. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am done. Thank you.
You commend the bill to the House?
That stands to reason, yes.
Yes. And it should be seconded? Seconded, yes.
Committee stage.
Yes, sorry. The question is that the Civil Appeal Bill, number 21 of 25, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. resume your seat, please.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, notification of right of appeal. Clause 4, composition of Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 5, jurisdiction and powers of Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 6, procedure to appeal to Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 7, leave to appeal to Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 8, notice to resist appeal before Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 9, question of law before Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 10, statement of question reserved by Court of Civil Appeal. Clause 11, composition of Supreme Court. Clause 12, jurisdiction and powers of Supreme Court. Clause 13, procedure to appeal to Supreme Court. Clause 14, notice to resist appeal before Supreme Court.
The question is that clauses 1 to 14 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 15, question of law before Supreme Court. Clause 16, statement of question reserved by Supreme Court. Clause 17, stay of proceedings. Clause 18, skeleton arguments and submissions. Clause 19, general powers of appellate court on appeal. Clause 20, new trial. Clause 21, immaterial errors. Clause 22, frivolous appeals. Clause 23, other determination of appellate court on appeal. Clause 24, general powers of appellate court and question of law. Clause 25, extension of time. Clause 26, costs of appeal. Clause 27, rules. Clause 28, repeal.
The question is that clauses 15 to 28 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 29, consequential amendments.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I move that clause 29 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 29 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 29 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 30, savings. Clause 31, commencement.
The question is that clauses 30 and 31 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Civil Appeal Bill number 21 of 25 has passed the committee stage with amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Be seated, please. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Civil Appeal Bill number 21 of 225 has passed the committee stage with amendments.
Third reading.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Civil Appeal Bill number 21 of 2025 be read the third time and passed.
The question is that the Civil Appeal Bill number 21 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I suspend the sitting for half an hour.
Madam Speaker.
Big Bill, second reading. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service bill be read a second time. Madam Speaker.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, and I quote.
One moment, I missed that. You're trying to get my attention, right?
Yes.
But I'm all ears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Eyes.
I quote, a democratically elected government cannot escape its mandated responsibility to give the lead in building the nation, transforming the society, and bettering the lives of people. Neither can anybody demand of that they step back from these responsibilities. End of quote. Madam Speaker, this is the address of Nelson Mandela at the National Civil Society Conference dated 24th of April, 2001. Madam Speaker, this government has a clear vision. This government is committed. This government stands head up to face its responsibilities. In the face of dire circumstances and extreme demands, this government stands faithful towards building a strong nation to face the challenges of tomorrow and honor its mandated responsibility. From day one, when the government program, A Bridge to the Future, was presented to the nation, it was in effect a clear commitment to ensure that public officers delivering public service to the people of our country are empowered to exercise leadership, competence, efficiency, and professionalism in delivering services to each and every public service user with respect and dignity. The government is fully aware that the public service lies at the heart of economic development, welfare, and innovation. In its program, the government has undertaken to put quality service at the very center of public sector transformation. The clear object set out is to restore trust and respect in our public sector institutions, in as much as for the past decade, our nation has witnessed severe erosion of values, ethics, and good governance principles and practices. I quote, Madam Speaker, once more, the commitment of this government is to bring the public service to new heights of efficiency and effectiveness, centered around the evolving needs of our citizens, and one which is responsive to societal aspiration of the nation while providing necessary support and training to our public officers. End of quote. Paragraph 68 of the government program 2025-2029. Madam Speaker, I stand before the House today to give effect to the vision of this government. The commitment of this government and to the undertakings to valorize each and every public officer and ensure that they are equipped with correct, tailor-made training and competence to fulfill their duties. Madam Speaker, I bring before the House the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill. This bill, Madam Speaker, is an answer to 10 years of lethargy, 10 years of ostrich behavior of hiding one's head in the sand, and a decade of inaction. This bill provides the necessary framework, structure, and parameter to answer to the demands of our public officers. This bill brings innovation. Madam Speaker, I found this ministry, when resuming my responsibilities, in a state of despair, to say the least. Just to take one example, hundreds of millions of rupees of taxpayers' money was spent over a decade for training at the then Civil Service College. And for these hundreds of millions of rupees, for at least for the last decade, all we had to show is a certificate of attendance given to each and every officer who attended training at the then Civil Service College. A meeting with the person responsible of the Civil Service College revealed that his demands and his propositions to develop concrete, substantive training courses remained within the deaf ears of the then ministers concerned. Madam Speaker, from that point to now, in a matter of months, we have not only inaugurated on the 12th of March of this year a state-of-the-art institution with modern facilities, IT-equipped classrooms, an outstanding auditorium, as well as leisure and recreational facilities. We opened the doors of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation to our public officers. Madam Speaker, the fundamental objects of the bill before the House are enumerated in its provisions, and they lay unprecedented emphasis on the following. Firstly, continuous professional training of public officers for an innovative service to the public. Promotion of organizational excellence, ethics and values, transparency and accountability in the public service. Improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the public service through good governance principles. Conducting research and development activities in light of the changing environment of the public service, so as to promote, informs, and above all, to develop a people-centric public service. Madam Speaker, we did not rest there. With the cooperation of the staff of the institution and the ministry, we have already developed courses to award internationally recognized certificates, diplomas, degrees, and postgraduate qualifications in public service administration, finance, procurement, human resource, and occupational safety and health, to name only a few. Madam Speaker, we did not even stop there. My ministry and the staff of the Institute have further worked in close cooperation with international institutions from different countries to establish linkages and develop MOUs to ensure that the training and capacity building courses to be delivered by the Institute is of high standards and quality. This bill before the House today is not only making provisions to set up an institution worthy of its name, but also to provide the necessary foundation to lead as a center of excellence, providing public service administration courses to other countries in our region. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that this government's vision goes beyond the boundaries of our nation. As examples, the African Development Bank has been working closely with my ministry, and it is prepared to work in collaboration with the Institute to provide training and capacity building in the regions of Africa. The cooperation and support of the People's Republic of China is noted with gratefulness to support us in our endeavor. So is the help and the willingness of the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Egypt to support us in our mission. We welcome the support of the United States and its willingness to share its experience and training resources through the ambassador in Mauritius. My ministry is working closely with the UN and the UNDP as well in order to further develop the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation into an international center of excellence for training and capacity building. How can I not mention Bharat? The government of India not only support our government to realize a state-of-the-art center of learning, but the government of India is supporting us to ensure that our objective of building a center of excellence for training and capacity building is realized. Madam Speaker, this bill sets out to provide a comprehensive framework to set up a competent board of directors, the office of a vice chancellor, the office of a registrar, and an academic council, as well as innovative and groundbreaking departments, inasmuch as it incorporates its own quality and standard monitoring unit, and an innovation and research laboratory to develop demand-based policy proposals in the public sector. Madam Speaker, through this bill, this government reiterates its commitment towards our people and our public officers serving our people. This government reiterates the officers of the public service form the very heart of our economic growth and development. And in the very heart of the government lies the welfare of each and every public officer serving our people. Madame la Présidente, l'adage nous enseigne: les chiens aboient, la caravane passe. Le peuple de notre pays, notre patrie, je vous garantis, Madame la Présidente, je regardais que vous.
Monsieur le ministre.
Le peuple.
Monsieur le ministre.
Le peuple de notre pays, notre patrie.
Monsieur le ministre, je ne sais pas comment je dois prendre ce que vous dites. Parce que ce matin, j'ai fait une petite blague sur les chiens, n'est-ce pas? Vous pensez que maintenant, il faut continuer cette blague? Peut-être.
Non, au contraire. Madame la Présidente.
Allez.
Merci. L'adage nous enseigne: les chiens aboient, la caravane passe. Le peuple de notre pays, notre patrie, témoigne de la volonté de ce gouvernement de redresser les fonctionnements de nos institutions. Madame la Présidente, il y a eu des gens qui volaient l'argent du peuple et d'autres qui volent au supermarché pour des produits de beauté. Madame la Présidente, Madame la Présidente, au fondement même de ce gouvernement, nous faisons preuve du sens des responsabilités envers nos engagements solennels au peuple de notre pays. Nous sommes prêts à travailler dur dans l'unité et parfois même à prendre des décisions qui peuvent nous rendre impopulaires. Mais on croit fermement en un avenir meilleur pour pour nos enfants. Madam Speaker, my ministry fully appreciates the invaluable contribution of over 58,000 public officers delivering public service. And this bill also symbolizes the fundamentals to transform the public sector from a job-oriented culture towards a career-oriented public service, where a public service officer in turn appreciates that he or she can transform the lives of the people of our country. I quote, "The role of public officer is not only to run the administration, but to transform the lives of people." This was said by His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of Bharat. Madam Speaker, I shall move with a few amendments as at committee stage, which has already been circulated to honourable members. These proposed amendments, Madam Speaker, in effect, aligns the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill with all other institutions of the land. Madam Speaker, with this, I recommend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Monsieur le ministre, il y a des liaisons qui sont dangereuses. Hein? Ouais. Ne prenez pas ça mal, on reste dans la même histoire d'amour. Des liaisons dangereuses. Alors, is it seconded? Yes. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Now the debate is open. I will call on the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Beware.
Si je peux me permettre, Madame la Présidente, dans un pays où on va demander les poulets de faire enregistrer les chiens, il y a de quoi que les chiens s'aboient. Madam Speaker, allow me, first of all, at the very outset, to express my sincere gratitude to India for making the construction of the Civil Service College possible. And also, let me acknowledge that the establishment of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation is, in principle, a commendable initiative. I shall be brief, Madam Speaker, mais je vais toucher des points pertinents dans le projet
Parlez dans
de
le micro,
loi.
parlez un peu plus dans le micro. Micro. On a du mal.
Our public service, Madam Speaker, needs continuous professional development, research and innovation if it is to remain, Madam Speaker, fit for purpose in a fast-changing environment. And I also welcome the provision in the bill, and I did not hear the Minister talk about that ensures that every employee of the Civil Service College will be transferred to the Institute with unbroken service and preserved rights. That is a positive measure which safeguards our workers, Madam Speaker. Having said that, let me say that good intentions do not justify bad structures, and this bill, in its current form, sets up a governance framework that is not only flawed but also wasteful and potentially dangerous for the credibility of the Institute. Madam Speaker, let me highlight the key areas of concern, and let me get to the first one with regard to two posts, that is, the post of Vice Chancellor and the post of Director General. And I understand that, et je trouve ça inélégant, Madame la Présidente, premièrement, d'avoir circulé un amendement majeur, the last moment, and the Minister, in his second reading, did not also elaborate the creation of this new post, that is the post of the Registrar of the Institute, replacing the post of Director General. Madam Speaker, the bill places a Vice Chancellor at the top of the Institute. You will agree that this institute is a newly formed institute. Let us take, for example, Madam Speaker, the University of Technology Mauritius or the Open University of Mauritius. These universities have been here for a long time with full-time and part-time learners, and yet, Madam Speaker, they do not have vice-chancellors in place. Now, the vice-chancellor, Madam Speaker, is reduced, I understand from the bill, to presiding ceremonies, chairing the academic council, and acting as a figurehead. Madam Speaker, in practice, the Vice-Chancellor will become nothing more than a political appointee. If I may use this sentence, a puppet in the hand of the minister, while the taxpayers' money will be wasted on maintaining a redundant position. Madam Speaker, the second area of concern is with regard to the establishment of the Board of Governors, which I would, if you'll allow me, qualify as cronism over representation. Madam Speaker, the Board of Government, as defined in Clause 9, is where policy and strategic decisions or directions will be decided. And what do we find? A chairperson handpicked by the Prime Minister, representatives from the Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reforms, Ministry of Education, Finance, ICT, Tertiary Education, that is all government ministries, and 4 persons appointed by the Minister. And why a representative of the Ministry of Public, put that question, why a representative of the Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reforms when the Secretary of Public Service is already there? Where will be the independence, Madam Speaker, of that representative to express himself or herself freely when we know he or she works under the same Secretary of Public Service? Madam Speaker, on the Board of Governors, allow me to ask, if I may, the Honourable Minister the following. Where do we have on this board the voice of the learners? Where is the voice of the academic staff? And, Madam Speaker, where is the voice of the non-academic employees who will keep the institute running? Where are the representatives of trade unions, the legitimate representative of public officers, as it used to be on the board of the Civil Service College, Mauritius? Here, Madam Speaker, in the new institute, they have excluded. How can we talk of training and capacity building for public officers while silencing their very representatives? The people who will attend the courses, who will benefit or suffer from the policies, who have the pulse of the public service. Their voices, Madam Speaker, are nowhere to be found on this board. Instead, The board is crowded with ministry representatives, political nominees, but no space for the unions, no space for the learners, and no space for the staff of the institute. Madam Speaker, you will again agree that this is a step backward in participation and inclusiveness. These are the stakeholders who matter the most, yet they are completely excluded in this piece of legislation. And to make matters worse, Madam Speaker, the bill allows the board to determine its own fees and allowances. And in my opinion, this is a textbook case of conflict of interest. How can a board decide how much to pay itself with the approval of the same minister who have appointed them to sit on that board? This is bad governance, plain and simple, Madam Speaker. And my third area of concern is the concentration of power in the hands of the Honourable Minister. The bill gives extraordinary powers to the Honourable Minister, Madam Speaker, from appointing the Vice-Chancellor to nominating members of the board, to approving fees and to making regulation. This heavy concentration of power politicizes the institute before it has even started. If this is truly meant to be a center of excellence, then independence, professionalism, and credibility should be at its core, Madam Speaker. I have spoken on the good measure, which is about the transfer of the employees. I won't mention that again. And let me conclude, Madam Speaker. I believe in strengthening of the public service, training and innovation. But this bill, as it stands, risks creating a bloated structure filled with cronies and political appointees, wasting public resources while sidelining, Madam Speaker, I've said that earlier, the very people who will deliver quality training and research. Madam Speaker, this is what will give credibility to the institute. I've mentioned that and I repeat it again. A balanced representation at the level of the board, comprising academic staff, non-academic staff, and at least one representative of the trade union. The elimination for the time being of the post of the Vice-Chancellor, which I believe, Madam Speaker, like I said, will give credibility to the institute. This is why I call upon government to review certain clauses of the bill and bring back a structure that serves the public interest and not partisan interest. Madam Speaker, public service training must serve the nation, not the minister. And this bill, Madam Speaker, is in the interest of the minister. If government truly wants innovation, it must start with good governance. Without it, this institute risks becoming not a center of excellence, but a center of political patronage. I'm done, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Bichuk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I feel very honored to be able to debate on a bill that bears the name of a towering political personality, but not only political, but a writer, a poet, a philosopher of high caliber, late Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who has had a huge influence in my life and my political career. Madam Speaker, a strong and trained civil service is the backbone of a functioning democracy. They are the crucial links between us, democratically elected members of Parliament, honourable ministers, and the people of Mauritius, the taxpayers of Mauritius. From Imperial China to Egyptian kingdoms, from ancient Greek and Egyptian civilizations to the gigantic colonial British Empire, history has taught us one thing. All these successful administrations ran on a strong civil service. Allow me, Madam Speaker, through you, to pay tribute to our 58,000 or so civil servants who run this country on our behalf. However, Madam Speaker, while I was listening to the leader of the opposition, I found it utterly disgraceful, disgraceful for the leader of the opposition to come up with arguments and to qualify clauses of this bill, which has a very noble objective to empower our civil servants, to term them as wasteful and potentially dangerous. I leave it to the conclusion of the people of the Republic of Mauritius and the civil servants. Does the leader of the opposition, for example, find it wasteful and disgraceful that the aim at clause 4F of this bill is to develop a people-centric public service? Because at the end of the day, what matters is that people who pay taxes in this country, they get a service that is geared towards them, and this is what this bill does. Does the leader of the opposition find it wasteful and potentially dangerous that at clause 4B, this bill aims at promoting organizational excellence, ethics and values, transparency and accountability in our public service? We understand they don't have the culture of having an accountable and transparent administration. Il n'y a qu'à voir la façon dont ils ont traité le rapport de l'audit, le directeur de l'audit, où certains administrateurs ont refusé, sous instruction des ministres, de soumettre des comptes, notamment à la santé, au directeur de l'audit. Et ils osent nous donner des leçons. Does it find it wasteful and potentially dangerous that at clause 5.2b, this bill, this institute, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation, aims at what? And I find it very interesting, to comply with internationally accepted norms and standards and quality management systems. What can we expect from a leader of the opposition whose government's objective, by spending millions of money in the civil service college, which at the end of the day delivered what? The Honourable Minister of Civil Service has rightly said so, that it used to deliver certificate of attendance, which professionally, in the career of a civil servant, was not of great use. Another criticism that I find très pâle, je vais dire, when he blames the minister not to include civil servants in the board of the Civil Service College. Maybe it's one-sided reading. Because at clause 9H, it's clearly mentioned that 4 persons to be appointed by the minister, at least one of whom shall be an executive head of a local tertiary education institution, and another one who shall have wide experience in the field of tertiary education and open and distance education. Now, 4 members. What stops the Honourable Minister to appoint someone from the trade union organization? Everyone knows Honourable Sukon, the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Honourable Mahengangar Prasad, Minister of Education, knows that usually trade unionists from such academic organizations, they themselves hail from an academic background. So what stops the Honourable Minister? The door is not closed. Le leader de l'opposition veut tout simplement faire peur. However, as I said, this bill is very important. The transformation of this organization, which is the Civil Service College, which from a certificate of attendance now is going to deliver diploma, degrees, and has an academic council. I've seen the structure, has an academic council, which enables this council to tailor-make training programs to cater for the market, to cater for the civil service of tomorrow. By talking about innovation, allow me to refresh the mind of the leader of the opposition that since the budget speech read by the Honourable Minister and Minister of Economic and Finance, we have introduced AI tools to assist our civil servants in their daily tasks. This is a huge step. I speak under the correction of the Honourable Minister of ICT, that the civil service of tomorrow will be highly dependent on innovation, on AI tools, because we will be dealing with a population which will be totally conversant with AI tools. Emails that we will write to reply to queries, for example, CSU complaints, would be email generated by AI tools. So the flexibility in the structure of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill will allow this institution to cater for the public service of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, that's why I say maybe after independence, where we struggled, SSR struggled to create a civil service that will lead to the sugar boom, industrial boom, and later on to the services boom, this institution will shape the civil service of tomorrow. No doubt about that. Because it is bound to evolve. Because till now, today, we cannot say what will be the jobs of tomorrow in 10 years. What type of jobs, what types of services an economy may require. Therefore, I wish to commend this bill and congratulate the Honourable Minister for showing so much flexibility so that this organization can tailor-make training programs for our civil service. But at the same time, I wish that the training and the additional qualifications provided by this organization to be explicitly recognized by the state. For example, the PRB report should clearly take into account these trainings and qualifications for salary increments. Promotion guidelines within the public service should clearly mention marks, points, that candidates should be allocated when they go for these kinds of trainings, be it certificates, diplomas, and degrees, which will enable them to climb the professional ladder within the civil service. Madam Speaker, I believe that this bill is a huge step towards a transparent and meritocratic public service. To end, Madam Speaker, allow me to quote this very powerful speech by late Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, which he delivered on the 27th May 1996 in the Lok Sabha. It highlights, it's the epitome of statesmanship from someone who on that day lost a vote of no confidence in Parliament. And this is what he said, and I'll translate it. Satta ka khel to chalta rahega. सरकारें आएंगी जाएंगी पार्टियां बनेगी बिगड़ेगी मगर ये देश रहना चाहिए ये देश का लोकतंत्र रहना चाहिए I translate the game of power will go on governments will come and go parties will be made and unmade but this country should survive its democracy should survive and by coming up with such a bill to empower our civil service this government is ensuring that the civil service of tomorrow shall continue to be the backbone of our functioning democracy. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, Honourable Ramtahal, dear Minister.
Madam Speaker, today we are not merely debating a bill. When I hear the leader of the opposition saying that this bill is dangerous because it has got training on ethics, we understand that ethics is dangerous for the MSM government. Madam Speaker, a person who does not use AI today in his own professional and personal activities will be overtaken by other people. An organization that does not use AI for its activities will be overtaken by other organizations. So will a nation. And this bill establishes the right path for a transformational journey on which we have embarked for our civil service that represents the backbone of any progress that we can make. We are shaping a vision of public service that learns, empowers, leads, and innovates. And in today's age of AI, it is more than ever important to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And this institute provides the channel for learning, unlearning, and relearning to take place. The Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill 2025 is not about constructing another institution. It is about constructing a new culture for work, one that is built on integrity, intelligence, innovation, knowledge, and ethics. The bill symbolizes a national belief that our people, our public officers, are not the subject of the problem of governance, they actually are the solution. And for years we have invested in systems, platforms, and infrastructure. Through this bill, Madam Speaker, we invest in the most powerful infrastructure of all, the human brain. Madam Speaker, it is profoundly fitting that this institute bears the name of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, a leader who embodied moral courage, administrative vision, and unshakable faith in people. He once said, and I will quote, "Empowerment is not about giving people power. It is about reminding them that they already have it in form of the knowledge." And this is the soul of the bill. We are creating a national institution that empowers every public officer to grow intellectually, professionally, and ethically. And an institute where knowledge meets purpose and where innovation becomes an act of public service. This bill before this House establishes under Clause 3 the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation as a corporate body with degree awarding powers. And Clause 4 defines its purpose clearly, to provide continuous professional training and development to public officers for an innovative public service. It will promote the use of AI for sure, organizational excellence, ethics values, research and development for reform, good governance, transparency and accountability, and cooperation with local and international partners. And we are building the nerve center of a learning state, a state that reflects, adapts, and constantly improves itself. And in the current matrix which we are,
the matrix of facts, it is really important that we provide with our civil servants the required knowledge and the opportunity to learn. And this, madam, takes us from training to transformation. And for too long, training in the public sector has meant attending courses and only ticking boxes, as mentioned earlier by the Honourable Minister. And this bill departs from that mindset. The Institute will turn training into transformation and prepare officers not merely to perform tasks, but also to solve problems, to challenge conventions, challenge the status quo, and drive innovation. And every program will be aligned with the real needs of government, from data management to service design, from cybersecurity to AI-driven policy making. And it will be integrated with the government information resource, the human resource system, in order to power employees with a learning path and to follow up on the progress foreseen. This way, we do not offer training to an employee just because that employee has not received training in the past. We offer training because that training will help the employee move to the next level, and that employee will be able to contribute more effectively. So the goal is clear: to produce public officers who can emerge as leaders in the digital age, not merely followers. Digital transformation, madam, is no longer an option. It is existential. And through our Digital Transformation Blueprint 2529, launched in May, my ministry has laid solid foundations. Through the app would be called COEC. It will consolidate e-government services and digital payments. Through the introduction of AI-powered assistant aimed at responding to citizens in English, French, and Creole. And our public officers will be called upon to act on those requests made by users on these apps, the super app. The Citizen and the Info Highway, which is again operated by public officers to enable secure data exchange across ministries. And as we have just started the training on the e-health project, we are very happy with the determination with which our public officers are walking the path together with the Honourable Minister of Health and myself. And they need further training, and this institute would enable that training. Several other digital projects in education, social security, land transport, and others have been planned. And for our officers to be able to deliver effectively in that environment, training is needed. And we need the right institution to provide the right level of training, which is also measurable. And technology can go only as far as hands and hearts that use it. This is why this training will bridge the gap between digital infrastructure and digital intelligence. It will ensure that every officer becomes a confident, competent, and compassionate digital actor within our digital ecosystem. Digitalization, Madam Speaker, saves time, reduces waste, and unlocks value. Just like an organization is formed by information, process, and people, for effective execution of services, the people need to have the right level of training. A 2024 UN study shows that countries with advanced digital governance can save up to 25% in administrative costs, while improving citizen satisfaction by 40%. And for Mauritius, this means that we can do more with less resources. This institute will play a determining role in upskilling and reskilling in the age of AI. There are a lot of concerns around jobs being displaced, and people need to be reskilled and upskilled, and this training institution will provide that facility. And honestly, I don't see that as us going a step back. We are making so many steps, taking so many steps forward. Yes, we took steps back in the last 10 years, and now we are having to catch up on that delay, Madam Speaker. AI is transforming every dimension of governance, from predictive health analytics to digital finance, from citizen services to policy design. Yet AI is only as ethical and effective as the people who use it. This is why this new institution will be the one giving training on AI to all civil officers.
And every public officer, whether in finance, health, education, or local administration, will be able to receive basic to advanced training in effective use of AI. Some will learn how AI works, others will learn what AI can do, of course, but others will also learn what AI should not do or what they should not do with AI. Based on a public-private partnership approach, we have established a technical committee that is working on the AI strategy. And the leg around human and talent development will be executed in a major chunk under the institution. Behind every innovation, Madam Speaker, there is a story. A mother applying online for child benefits, a farmer using apps for subsidies, a retiree renewing a passport with a single click. With these services working seamlessly, citizens feel respected. They feel they've got their dignity back that was once snatched away from them. And when they fail, they feel forgotten. And that demands an effective public service behind the machines. And that ability to operate effectively behind the machines, again, will be delivered under the roof of this institution. Digitalization, Madam, must never dehumanize governance. Our aim is to replace the human touch, but not to replace the human touch, sorry, but to amplify it. This institute will train officers to balance technology with empathy, to understand that every data point represents a person and every algorithm affects a life. A digital state must have a human soul. Clause 4B calls for the promotion of ethics and transparency. And these are not mere slogans. They are the soul of governance. Our citizens expect not just efficiency, but honesty as well, and transparency. And this training, the measures that will come out of the dashboards, out of those systems used to manage the trainings being delivered, will be transparent and they will be fair. The Institute will therefore embed modules on digital ethics, cyber responsibility, data privacy in all its courses, which will be common to every other topic. The Data Protection Office, CERT, MU, and the new AI unit which is being established will provide institutional synergy to ensure that every civil servant understands not only how to collect data, but also how to protect it. Some people say data is the new oil, others say data is the new soil or the new gold. This is our wealth, and we have to train our people on how to protect it. Clause 5G introduces the Innovation Lab, and this will be the creative heart of the Institute, Madam Speaker. This lab will allow officers to test bold ideas and prototype ethics and prototype solutions to national challenges. Imagine a health officer designing an AI tool to optimize blood distribution, or a teacher building a mobile app to support literacy for children in Creole. And this represents, Madam, a partnership of ministries and minds. And we want to empower the people who serve, the people who have voted us in. Public officers are not faceless bureaucrats. They are men and women with passion, families, and pride. And this institute will give them recognition, purpose, and possibility to develop further. And I will say to them, your ideas matter, your growth matters, your service matters. And clause 24 subsection E calls for the establishment of a blended learning system at the back of the internet technology. The internet, Madam Speaker, is not just a technology. It's access to information, access to knowledge, access to development, access to innovation, a tool for inclusivity. And this institution relies on the internet as a backbone for delivery of blended learning to Mauritians, to the whole Republic of Mauritius. Clause 10 mandates good governance and transparency in all operations. This institute will be held to the same standards we expect it to teach. Madam Speaker, this bill is not only a legal contract between governments and officers. It's a moral contract between the state and its people. The results will be monitored because what we don't measure, we cannot manage. We will thus be able to measure the number of staff trained, the training sessions delivered, the time saved per transaction, and finally the increase in citizen satisfaction. Let us imagine, Madam Speaker, a Mauritius where every officer is AI literate, every citizen accesses services seamlessly, every policy and decision is backed by data, and every institution is powered by innovation and guided by ethics. Madam Speaker, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation is a bridge between the civil service we inherited and the one we aspire to build. It will make learning continuous, leadership courageous, and governance compassionate. And I close with a conviction. A smart nation is not defined by its devices, but by the devotion of its people. This institute will nurture that devotion and, in doing so, shape the Mauritius of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly commend and support this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Dr. Suko.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill. The leader of opposition, unfortunately, he left. He harped on the nomenclature of Vice Chancellor. It all depends on the institution. In France, we call it rector. In certain institutions, Director General, Director. So it's just a question of nomenclature, what we would like to call it. The important thing is the process. He again talked about political patronage. I think he was thinking about MIC. But here in a university, in an institution like that, there are processes. We cannot just give a degree. The bill makes it clear that there is an academic council, and the academic council is responsible for coming up with the programs. The process of the program is that there must be an advisory committee, which will happen. And in the advisory committee, you will have people from the union. He wanted to have people from the union. The advisory committee will have. He says that the board has too many civil service. But this is a civil service college. Who will we have? It's a civil service college. We should have civil servants on the board to advise. So he talked about this is another institution wrong. All institutions awarding degrees will have to abide by the Higher Education Act. It is the law. The Quality Assurance Authority will conduct audits. And on top of it, as the bill says, they will have to abide by international norms. There is no way out. But what is important for us to realize why we need this institution. We need this institution because if you look at the PRB reports, reports after reports, it says that, unfortunately, our civil servants have not been trained. Funds were given, but the training didn't happen. Reports after report. That's why we need this institution. We need this institution because all the international organizations, you take FME, you take World Bank report, they have all mentioned that we need to improve the efficiency of the civil service. Today, third, the public is looking for that. Today, when someone goes home, can do all his banking transaction on the mobile. And he or she expects that, well, I should be able to have a civil service that will help me do that. We can buy the technology, as my colleague said, and bring it here. We can fill the room with computers and digital gadgets. But if we don't train the person to use it, if we don't empower the people to use it, nothing will happen. That's why this bill is important. Second, in terms of content delivery, the civil service has its own specialties. I take an example, performance management. Performance management taught at the university for the general public or private sector is different from performance management taught in the public service because the setup itself is different. So in terms of content as well, it will be different. I'm very happy because this will help to attract international students here, and which is our prime aim. Today we heard even the Mali delegation, without invitation, came to learn from us. So we would like to have more and more organizations coming to study here, but formally, of course, legally, right? There is potential. So, the leader of the opposition also mentioned about whether this is a waste of public money. I tell him the real truth. If you look at the PRB report 2021, 113 million rupees were dedicated. And how much has been used for training? Only 35%. 35% of it. Why? Because, as my colleague Bichuk said, the Civil Service College was giving certificate of attendance. Not attractive. The cabinet 2 weeks ago approved the micro-credential framework, which I wish that the new institute will use. The micro-credentials now will accredit the new programs that will allow the person to use and accumulate the credit towards a qualification. So it becomes attractive. The same model was used by the Singapore Civil Service College. They, in the 90s when they were set up, they actually partnered with Harvard Kennedy School and INSEAD in order to have programs at the highest level. This is what made Singapore have, as we all know, a civil service which is ranked first in the world because they had the right partnership. And here as well, provisions have been made to have solid partners in order to have programs that allow our civil servants to move around. And as the budget speech by the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned, research. We would like policy decisions to be anchored in research. This was not happening before. We were making decisions very often without doing the research behind. And here, I'm very happy to see the focus on research and on the lab. The lab is the most beautiful piece I found in the legislation, because it really gives the opportunity for the civil servant, for the first time, to come and experiment, to come and test his idea without fear. So this bill has been well crafted and deserves our recommendation, deserves that we support it, and deserves that we have such an institution. Madam Speaker, thank you. I commend this bill to the House.
Yes, Honourable Deputy.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are creating the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute pour le progrès du pays avant tout, pour le progrès de la population avant tout, mais aussi pour le progrès et le welfare, le bien-être des fonctionnaires en général. Et je tiens, au moment où nous discutons de ce projet de loi, à remercier les fonctionnaires et à les féliciter aussi, et leur souhaiter bonne chance pour le voyage qui commence, ce nouveau voyage, une nouvelle étape plutôt, qui commence avec la création de cet important institut que nous créons. Important pour le progrès du pays avant tout. Et vous me permettrez, sans m'attarder là-dessus, de faire encore une fois remarquer qu'il y a deux membres de l'opposition. Le troisième qui est présent n'est pas officiellement dans l'opposition, mais il est là. Officiellement, il y a deux membres de l'opposition. Et ce petit mal élevé qui est à côté du leader de l'opposition n'est jamais présent quand le leader de l'opposition fait un discours. Et la liste des orateurs a été circulée, s'il vous plaît. Il sait que le leader de l'opposition va être tout seul parce que lui brille par son absence. Vous m'excuserez, mais je m'indigne à chaque fois que je vois cela. Je m'indigne au nom de mon pays. Il ne mérite pas d'être là. Il fait bien de ne pas être là, d'ailleurs. Je salue la création de cet institut qui va jouer un rôle clé dans le nouvel élan de développement de notre pays. Mais pour ma part, je vais ne vais pas revenir sur tout ce qui a été dit et bien dit par les orateurs avant moi. Je vais parler essentiellement de Atal, Bihari, Vajpayee. Parce qu'il faut bien que nous mesurions la portée de ce que nous faisons là. Quand nous donnons le nom de ce grand homme d'État à une institution pareille, nous avons un devoir de réussite. Nous n'avons pas le droit d'échouer au nom, ne serait-ce qu'au nom de cette personnalité. C'est donc sur Sri Vajpayee que je vais parler, essentiellement. Le 25 décembre de l'année dernière, le 25 décembre 1924, était célébré le 100e anniversaire de la naissance de Sri Vajpayee. Nous sommes légèrement en retard, mais il n'est jamais trop tard pour saluer ce genre d'être humain. Je le salue au nom du pays et en mon nom personnel. Madame la Présidente, le 25 décembre, donc, nous célébrions le 100e anniversaire. Et aujourd'hui, nous créons cette institution. Vous m'excuserez, mais j'ai perdu une note. Je continuerai, je le retrouverai peut-être tout à l'heure. Oui, j'allais dire, Vajpayee a été un des plus grands premiers ministres que l'Inde ait produit depuis 1947. Et je dirais aussi que les faits sont là. Sri Vajpayee a été the longest serving member du Parlement indien. Longest serving. Il a été élu 10 fois. Je m'arrêterai là. Je ne parle pas d'autres qui ont encore plus d'années de service et qui ont été élus encore plus de fois. Mais lui, c'était un être extraordinaire, Madame la Speaker. Je le répète, c'était certainement un des plus grands premiers ministres que l'Inde ait produit. Et l'Inde en a produit depuis 1947 de grands premiers ministres. Ça me touche aussi quand je lis, quand j'apprends, quand je me rappelle que Vajpayee avait beaucoup d'admiration. Il était du BJP, mais il avait beaucoup d'inspiration, beaucoup d'estime pour Jawaharlal Nehru. Et un jour, dans le Lok Sabha, dans le Parlement indien, un jour, Nehru, écoutant, parce que c'était aussi un grand orateur, alors qu'il écoutait Vajpayee prendre la parole dans le Lok Sabha, Jawaharlal Nehru a prédit qu'il serait one day a Prime Minister of India. Il y a une phrase qui me touche profondément à chaque fois que je relis cette phrase. Quand Nehru est mort le 27 mai 1964, Vajpayee a fait ses éloges. Il a dit deux choses. Il a dit d'abord que Nehru avait été the orchestrator of the impossible and inconceivable. C'est vrai que Vajpayee était un grand poète aussi. Et ça s'entend quand on lit ce genre d'éloge de Nehru. Ce qui est admirable aussi, c'est que Vajpayee était du Bihari, mais il a fait plus que la plupart des premiers ministres de l'Inde pour rapprocher l'Inde et le Pakistan. Alors que des guerres éclataient à intervalles plus ou moins réguliers entre ces deux grands pays, il a fait plus d'efforts que n'importe qui, jusqu'à organiser un sommet à Agra avec le président Musharraf, que j'ai connu aussi, pour essayer de rapprocher et de tourner la page pour ouvrir une nouvelle page d'amitié entre l'Inde et le Pakistan. Peu de gens doivent savoir que Vajpayee est venu 4 fois à l'île Maurice. Le Premier ministre le sait. 4 fois. Le 12 mars 1978, alors qu'il était ministre des Affaires étrangères, il nous a fait l'honneur d'être ici, à cette occasion. En 1993, la petite île Maurice, c'était très beau, a invité Vajpayee à sa capacité de leader de l'opposition, et il est venu chez nous en sa capacité de leader de l'opposition. Le 3-4 septembre 1998, et ça, mon voisin, le Premier ministre, s'en souvient mieux que moi, il était avec Vajpayee en Afrique du Sud, et le Premier ministre de l'île Maurice est revenu dans l'avion du Premier ministre de l'Inde en passant par l'île Maurice. 3e visite chez nous. Et le 13 mars 2000, alors qu'il était à nouveau Premier ministre, Vajpayee, Sri Vajpayee, je veux dire, 4 fois, il nous a fait l'honneur de nous rendre visite à l'île Maurice. C'est pourquoi nous avons tellement raison de donner le nom de ce grand homme, de ce grand Premier ministre, à cette institution, à cet institut que nous créons aujourd'hui. Madame la Speaker. Je parle un peu avec émotion de Sri Vajpayee. Parce que quand j'ai été Premier ministre, je ne me souviens plus de la date exacte, mais je me suis fait un devoir en tant que Premier ministre, bien que Premier ministre pendant quelques années seulement, mais je me suis fait un devoir de visiter les 5 pays de peuplement de l'île Maurice, c'est-à-dire le Madagascar, Mozambique, la France, l'Inde et la Chine. Et l'Inde fut le tout premier pays, comme en capacité de Premier ministre, je me suis fait un devoir de visiter en ma capacité de Premier ministre. C'est pourquoi je ne suis pas le seul. Je connais des Mauriciens et des Mauriciennes qui sont profondément attachés à Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Et c'est pourquoi je conclurai, Madame la Speaker, en disant, alors que nous sommes en train de créer cette institution, je le répète, nous avons le devoir d'être à la hauteur de cet homme dont nous vénérons le nom, dont nous saluons le passé. C'est pourquoi, je le répète, bravo aux ministres concernés, bravo au gouvernement pour la création de cette nouvelle institution, mais je le répète, nous n'avons pas droit à l'erreur et nous ne commettrons pas d'erreur lorsque nous célébrerons à notre façon, à cette façon, la mémoire d'un grand homme d'État et d'un grand Premier ministre de Mother India. Merci, Madame.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. At the very outset, let me again thank the Government of India for having so generously gifted us with the state-of-the-art building to be the seat of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation, which I opened when Prime Minister Modi was here. Both I and obviously the Deputy Prime Minister had the privilege to know this great son of India. Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee epitomized what every leader should aspire to be. He was a towering figure, a man of great vision and culture. Not many people knew he was also a poet, but I noted Honourable Bishuk said that. He was also a poet. Perhaps that's why he was such a great orator, because he understood what rhythm in speech meant.
Interesting.
And he had a command, not only a great voice, but a command of language. He was an accomplished and able parliamentarian, a statesman, a leader of men, who devoted his life to public service. Long period, as the Deputy Prime Minister said. He was such a figure that I remember I met him in his official residence just prior to the election. But the election being one day, he lost that election just afterwards. That was the election where they said, India shining. But I saw when I had come back, when he lost the election, to give you an idea, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, first thing he did, he took a lot of flowers, he went to his home and put a garland in his neck, after he had lost the election. Can you imagine this happening here?
On ne sait jamais, hein?
And the Deputy Prime Minister enumerated the dates 4 times he came here. I remember in 1978 when he came here as Foreign Minister. You know what protocol? With the civil service, the protocol that we have. So Chief Sagar wanted to go and welcome him at the airport. But the protocol told him it's not right. He's not a Prime Minister, he's a Foreign Minister. So the Foreign Minister should go. And I saw the note in the file. Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Chief Sagar said, for me, he's the greatest son of India. I'm going to go and welcome him, never mind protocol.
Well.
That's what he did. And I must say, Madam Prime Minister, I'm very sad not to have been able to pay him my respects, my last respect when he passed away, as there was an objection to my traveling abroad at the time. So I didn't. But never mind. Honourable Damri knows, Mrs. Jitan knows, those who came with me knows, the Foreign Minister knows. When I went, every time I go to, when I had COVID, I went on his samadhi. Again, when I went to India, I think young Minister Adil also knows, Amia. We went on his samadhi to pay our respect to that great son of India. And I do hope that those who have been entrusted, who will be entrusted with the stewardship of this institution will ensure that it lives up to the reputation of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, as the Deputy Prime Minister also said. as Honourable Minister Sukon also said, because that institution is named after him. And the setting up of this institution, of this institute, should also be placed in the perspective of the government's aim to have a more performing public sector. It's in our government program of 2025-2029. We live, Madam Speaker, in a rapidly changing world. It follows that all our institutions should have the capacity to adapt and to change. Our very success will be tributary to our capacity to lead during a period of perpetual mutation on all fronts. Quality of service, as I think many orators said before me, should be at the center of public sector transformation, ensuring that the needs of all citizens remain our top priority. In this endeavor, government will also introduce a public sector reform bill, which will also pave the way for an open government culture. Government's intention, I shouldn't really refer to him, they're not even here. But they haven't understood anything, at least the leader of the opposition, the other one wasn't here. Didn't understand anything. Government's intention is to encourage innovative practices and empower public servants to exercise leadership and to address the systemic issues rather than relying on the traditional approach. Our aim is to position the civil service as a dynamic force for national development and long-term success. We used to be, there was a paper in the Modern Law Review of all magazines, long time ago. It compared countries in Africa, and it pinpointed two countries, Botswana and Mauritius. And it said these two countries have been successful because they have civil servants worth their salt. We have managed to achieve that. But avec le MSM, tout a dégringolé. No meritocracy, no equal opportunity, nothing. Just our aim is to position the civil service as a dynamic force for national development and long-term success. Enhancing the public service would entail deepening civil service knowledge and capacity, strengthening the understanding, empathy for the needs of our citizens, and reinforce the values and commitments to excellence. Madam Speaker, Mauritius is in dire need of a civil service which adapts and which proactively plays its main roles. That is driving national progress and nation building. All public sector employees should be able to navigate through the complexity that we see, the uncertainty, the change that is needed. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, government will introduce a public service facilitation system, again to enhance service delivery to the population, reducing the cost of accessing services and eliminating unnecessary inconveniences. Lots of this happening because nothing has been done. In fact, as I think Honourable Bichuk and Honourable Suko said, they were giving certificate of attendance. That is what they were achieving. We want to change all this, Madam Speaker. If we want to create a generation of adaptive leaders in the service, it is imperative that we ensure fairness, meritocracy, and the recognition of skills. This is how people say we can become like Singapore. We will not become like Singapore unless we do these changes. We must recognize meritocracy. We must give equal opportunity. We must recognize skills. This is the only way to guarantee a modern and effective civil service. That is why I introduced the Equal Opportunity Act. This is why I introduced the Public Appeals Public Service Appeal Tribunal. Why? The civil service was not happy with this, I must say. The top civil servants, I mean. But there are injustices that happen to civil servants. We have seen it. Why not give them the chance? And you see what has happened since that. Many civil servants have had their promotion reinstituted. It is very important that they feel they're part of the system and that we will recognize their ability when they're working hard and producing results. Government is committed to bringing the public service to new heights of efficiency. And let's just say, let's just be clear, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister said it also, we have some very able civil servants in this country. We have, through the manipulation of the MSM, some people who are not that level. We must also agree to that. But some very, very able civil servants, there is no reason, therefore, why the public service cannot be as efficient and performing as the best in the private sector. Why is it that people go to private clinics and try not to go to hospitals? Can you imagine? I know Honourable Bechu is doing a lot for this, and he's being criticized. Never mind. We have to do what we have to do to make this country a better country. That is what we have. That is our purpose. Can you imagine somebody who is diabetic? I'll give an example. He's told or she's told not to eat anything. In fact, they tell them, I checked, the night before. In fact, they should have said after midnight. So the person doesn't eat anything. Diabetic. Comes to the hospital. Sits there. Goes in a queue. Wait for 3 hours. This is not how you treat diabetics. But you go to the private clinic. They tell you, don't to eat anything after 12, after midnight. You come in, they immediately take your blood and check your results. This is possible in the public service as well, but we're not doing it. That is what we have to change. I'm giving just this as an example. During recent years, we have witnessed severe, I must say, erosion of values, ethics, and good governance. Restoring trust in our public sector institutions at large is therefore high on this government's agenda. This is a sine qua non condition if we want to build a resilient country and meet the evolving needs of our citizens. And we will provide all the necessary support and training to civil servants. I think, I'm not sure whether it's Dr. Sukon, Minister Sukon, or Mr. Bichuk, Honourable Bichuk, who said, we will have to have people from Harvard, from other places to come and teach them. And you know, there's something about Mauritians that perhaps people don't realize. They like to learn. They're keen to learn, but they're not given the opportunity to learn. There's an attitude. For example, I'll give you an example. I got some veterinary surgeons to come to Mauritius to give lectures and to train. When I checked, only those who work in the public service were invited. I said, why? Why can't you invite the private sector as well? Those who work in we want them to learn. It should not be restricted. And many of them were very thankful that we did this. This institute, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service, will play a critical role in the modernization of the public sector. The need for organizational ability to perform and deliver has assumed a paramount importance for any institution, whether public or private, to meet the prevailing daunting challenges. And yet it has not dawned upon us yet that the status quo represents an existential threat for our country. This is why it is very important to analyze on a regular basis what are the issues, what are the drivers of change in the environment we are operating. Because this environment is becoming increasingly complex. More than ever, we have to integrate We have to have a vision to think of the country at the institutional level is critical. An important issue which impacts considerably on the thought process and work culture in Mauritius is the emotional dynamics of our country. The mindscape of our population that makes it extremely difficult to undertake fundamental reforms for transition from an insular mindset to a global mindset. The sooner we learn this, the better for the country. Basking in the glory of a pseudo-economic miracle, coupled with navel-gazing, self-congratulations, have lulled us into a dangerous level of complacency and have fostered an ideology of comfort, relegating reform to rhetoric, just rhetoric, regurgitated during workshops and seminars, same thing. Can we collectively as a nation marshal our political, intellectual, and moral sinews to chart out a coherent, practical framework with specific, innovative strategies for responding to these new challenges and managing these changes in a complex world? We all agree we cannot be locked in the 20th century thinking anymore. Mr. Ramtol just said, some people don't even know what AI is. Would you believe? They still are in the 20th century. We cannot continue frozen in the model of yesterdays. However successful this model was, in this new era, it will not take us to the new heights that we want to achieve. It can only bring us down. Highly successful countries like Singapore, like New Zealand, Finland, owe their achievements to institutions with values and systems that inculcate a culture that fosters a strong national cohesion and adaptable and resourceful people that help to lay the foundation of a creative society. We have reached a moment in our development where the basis of our strategy is literally changing overnight. This necessitates an urgent and fundamental course of correction and frequent recalibration. Let me quote the former CEO of KPMG, Mr. John Maduna. This is what he said: nothing stops an organization faster than people who believe that the way they worked yesterday is the best way to work tomorrow. To succeed, not only do people have to change the way they act, they have got to change the way they think about the past. Frankly, I despair sometimes when I see some civil servants, no fault of theirs, do things this way because this was the way it has been done, always done in the past. I tell them we must innovate, think out of the box, remove the blinkers, get out of your comfort zone. What is important is to get things done efficiently, in the shortest possible time, and respond to the expectation of the people of this country. The Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation should not and will not be allowed to join those mammoth institutions which have failed in the mission and have literally become redundant and obsolete. Madam Speaker, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service will hopefully become a center of excellence not only for Mauritius, but for the region. It should continuously be committed to designing and developing programs that support competency-driven growth within civil service, within the civil service. It should ensure that they have the ability not only to grow, but to thrive. In this respect, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation will also organize a focused capacity building program for members of the committee of this government program has set it up to implement the measures of the government program 2025-2029. The aim is to assure policy coherence and the timely implementation of government vision for a better Mauritius. To allow the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute to to attain a reputation as a pole of excellence, it is extremely important for it to have the linkages with well-known institutions in the world, as Minister Sukon just said. During my recent state visit to India, officials of my delegation have raised the possibility of linkages with arrangements with famous Indian Institute of Management in Hyderabad, where many of our former top civil servants were trained. We have also talked to institutions in other countries like France, l'École nationale d'administration, and the Singapore Civil Service. We also talked to some people in the UK. As we look to the future, Madam Speaker, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill is one of the bold steps of government to restore the trust and dignity of our public service. A country's, I've said it many times, a country's success depends on the quality of its institutions. That is what makes a country progress. It is the commitment of transforming and empowering our public servants, ensuring that they are ready to embrace the future and that they serve with proper attitude, integrity, and dedication. And I want to reassure our civil servants that government will help them to achieve these new heights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honourable Minister, your winding up speech, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all the honourable members of Parliament who have intervened and provided their valuable contribution. It's an honour indeed to hear the contributions of the Prime Minister himself and the Deputy Prime Minister on this innovative step towards a better public service. Honourable Bichuk, may I please reassure you that everything you said has been noted by the officers of my ministry present, and actions and your contributions will be taken on board. Honourable Dr. Suko, may I please, Madam Speaker, the contributions of the Minister of Tertiary Education and Scientific Research comes also from his experience in the field. And whatever he has said and his contributions will be noted. Last but not least, my good friend on my left, Dr. Honourable Ramtol, Minister of ICTI. Madam Speaker, we cannot go forward without his contributions and without his knowledge and experience. Hence, speaking of the board, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition mentioned, there's a reason why in the board itself, and it is important for me to inform the House, that there is a representative of the Minister of Education because Human Resource Development, HRDC, is with him. And it is to the competence, the volition of this minister to name the right person, the correct person on the board to the right job. There's a reason why a representative of the Tertiary Education Minister is on the board, because his contribution is invaluable. There's a reason, Madam Speaker, why a member, the Minister of ICTI, is represented on the board. Because without the contributions of these ministers, we cannot move forward in a positive direction. The more so, we mention a representative of the Minister of Finance. Well, it goes without saying, the motto of our budget 25-26 is performance-based budget. We want to be accountable from day one. what we are spending and for what we are spending the money of the people. Madam Speaker, speaking of representatives of the teaching staff, and speaking of representatives of the trade union, as rightly pointed out by Honourable Bichu, there is a possibility because a bill has made provisions for this. What is sad though, besides what the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister said, the continuous absence of the opposition, what is sad? Each time, every time, Madam Speaker, there must be a way to stop this. Each time, every time, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition appears to be reading only part of the provisions of the laws before this House. And he misleads the House and he misinterprets the lines and the provisions of the bills. And that is improper and very often heard in this House, a seasoned politician. Well, this is not the behavior or the act of a seasoned politician. Because prior to being a seasoned politician, we have to be a patriot, thinking about the benefits and welfare of this country and the people of this country. He just says whatever comes to his mind. He addresses parts of the provisions of the bill each time, every time, and disappears without hearing the reply or explanation given in this House. That is really, really not commendable. Madam Speaker, I go back to my summary now, please. Madame la Présidente, nous avons la certitude que nous avons la confiance du peuple. Ensemble, nous allons continuer à œuvrer pour le bien-être du pays. I quote, "The civil service plays a crucial role in the implementation of government policies. It will be equipped to support the building of a solid foundation for a new economy and the new social order and to effectively serve all citizens." End of quote. This is a speech of our Prime Minister on the budget at paragraph 208 of 25-26. Madam Speaker, the provisions of this bill before the House set out the very foundation towards an efficient, a transparent, and accountable, a resilient, and agile, and above all, a people-centric public service. In the words of the father of our nation, Sassiou Senghor Angoulême, and I quote, "We shall all work together, for the country belongs to all of us. And let us contribute our share in the building of a strong, free, and happy Mauritius. It is the life of the ordinary men and women of this country who form the backbone and who, after all, represent what is the prosperity of the island that matters." End of quote. Madam Speaker, along the same vision and line of thinking, Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee's life itself was a lesson in integrity, humility, and dedication to the people. Vajpayee's vision teaches us that the greatness of a nation depends on the quality of its citizens and its public institutions. His vision inspires and guides us that governance is not about authority, but about responsibility. He teaches us that governance is not about power, but it's about empowerment. Inspired by his vision, we would create a generation of public officers that will contribute to the fulfillment of the vision of the father of our own nation. Madam Speaker, it is with these values, principles, and vision that this government sets out towards administrative reforms and a new innovative public service, which I have the pleasure and honor to contribute with a dedicated and a committed team at my ministry. Madam Speaker, it is through properly structured, demand-orientated, and correct framework with a modern, conducive environment, that each and every provision of this bill has been developed while carefully listening to the legitimate expectations of public service users. My ministry puts forward this bill as a building block towards the construction of an edifice that each and every public officer will be duly valued and respected for their contributions towards building trust and confidence in the public service we deliver. At the end, Madam Speaker, yes, the success of any country lies in the strength and credibility of its institutions. As such, it is vital that the public service continually renews itself to ensure high-quality public services. Honourable Dr. Navid Ramgoolam, the Prime Minister of this country. It is his words. With these words, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Motion needs to be seconded. Yes, Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage. Clause 1, short title.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. Ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I move that Clause 2 be amended as per amendments circulated.
Yes. The question is that Clause 2 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Please. Okay, it's getting late. The question is now that Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, the Institute. Clause 4, objects of Institute. Clause 5, functions of Institute. Clause 6, powers of Institutes. Clause 7, admission. Clause 8, inquiries.
The question is that Clauses 3 to 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, the board.
Honourable
Speaker,
Minister. Yes.
I move that Clause 9 be amended as per amendments circulated.
Okay. The question is that Clause 9 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that Clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10, functions of and powers of board. Clause 11, meetings of board. Clause 12, disclosure of interest. Clause 13, chairperson of board. Clause 14, term of office of members of board. Clause 15, committees.
The question is that Clauses 10 to 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. Yes.
Clause,
Yes. Clause 16. Huh?
Clause 16, academic council.
Madam Speaker, I move that Clause 16 be amended as per amendments circulated.
The question is that Clause 16 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that Clause 16, as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 17, divisions. Clause 18, convocation. Clause 19, Vice-Chancellor.
The question is that clauses 17 to 19 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 20, Director General.
Madam Speaker,
Yes?
I move that clause 20 be amended as per amendments circulated.
The question is that clause 20 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 21, appointment of employees.
Madam Speaker, I move that clause 21 be amended as per amendments circulated.
The question is that clause 21 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 21 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 22, conditions of service of employees. Clause 23, execution of documents. Clause 24, general fund. Clause 25, annual report.
Question is that clauses 22 to 25 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 26, delegation.
Yes?
Madam Speaker, I move that clause 26 be amended as per amendments circulated.
The question is that clause 26 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Question is that clause 26 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 27, protection from liability. Clause 28, exemptions. Clause 29, assets and liabilities. Clause 30, intellectual property. Clause 31, legal proceedings. Clause 32, statutes. Clause 33, regulations.
The question is that clauses 27 to 33 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 34, savings and transitional provisions.
Madam Speaker, I move that clause 34 be amended as per amendments circulated.
The question is that clause 34 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Question is that clause 34 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 35, commencement.
Question is that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill number 22 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendments. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes? I didn't hear. Third reading. I have to report. Yes, I have to report. Honourable members, may I have your attention? I have to report to the House that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill number 22 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendments.
Third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill number 22 of 2025 be read the third time and passed.
Seconded, please. Yes, Honourable Minister of Housing has seconded. The question is that the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation Bill number 22 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Prime Minister, adjournment of the House.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday,
10th.
the 10th at 3 p.m.
The question is, motion needs to be seconded. Somebody would please second the motion? Yes? No, but it has to be said. Deputy Prime Minister just seconded. The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, 10th October 2025 at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. Adjournment matters, no? No adjournment.